Because on this day,
in 1950, Mark Mothersbaugh, co-founder of the new wave band Devo,
now,
was
see,
born.
I wish you would have told me it was his. I would have played a song that he sang. He didn't sing that.
Let's play another.
We can.
Can we play another?
Sure, we can.
Let's do another one. What's
Wait,
one that
before
Mark...
we do that, we should probably...
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Whoever thought that Devo would last?
You know,
Certainly not me.
I don't know why I've been obsessed this morning with celebrities' net worth. I've gone down that hole.
Oh, I could
guess. So I just for fun thought, I wonder what Mark Mothersbaugh his net worth is.
Now
He's doing fine.
This is where you look up on you just say how much is so and so worth on the internet, and they'll give you a figure.
Yeah.
I don't
know if it's accurate, but this can't be right.
Why?
Because it says his net worth is $5 million. He's got to be worth more than $5 million.
I would think with all of the movie music and TV music that he does.
Well, let's just say that is not accurate, and don't look at those things ever again.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole website, celebritynetworth.com. So.
Well,
but $5 million. Okay. He's got to be worth more than $5 million. You would think.
I don't know. The band has worked sporadically.
Maybe he's not been good with his money.
He gets paid some.
He's consistently working. He's if he's not doing Devo stuff, he's doing TV movies, soundtracks. He's doing art installations. He's constantly busy.
But maybe he just does it for free.
Or he just
you don't have to pay me. I have enough.
Maybe and he's Andrew points out he's got all the Yo Gabba Gabba money.
Yeah, I mean, I find that hard to believe.
Well, okay, well.
Unless he likes to spend his money, maybe he feels like, no, I don't need to keep it. No.
I mean, I've got the search bar open if you want to look for somebody else. If you're curious about somebody else's net worth.
I'm just curious that, again, I just would restate that whoever thought Devo would last?
Yeah. Back to that. I didn't think they would.
Yeah. It seemed like one record maybe,
I flirted with loving them in high school. My friend Scott really liked Devo. He was all about Devo. And that new Traditionalist album was just terrific, and the Question Answer album, they were all great, and I was like, well, this is a fun little thing, 3 or 4 albums, and that'll be it.
What about Smooth Noodle Maps, Carrie?
Smooth Noodle Maps was
Smooth Noodle Maps.
I actually enjoyed. Devo is one of those bands that I didn't realize that I really liked until it was too late.
It's never too late.
It seems like they're just kind of this novelty act and yet if you really start getting into it.
If you look into it, it's not a novelty. They're good musicians. They always got, made fun of because, you just play your keyboards. No, they're actual good musicians, and they put thought into everything, and,
Devo.
And this was always a fun song to play on Guitar Hero. But what really got them attention was this. The fact that they remade How Dare They?
Well, and it sounds nothing at all like...
Yeah. They remade a Rolling Stones song.
And it's really terrific.
Yeah. I remember seeing them on, well, at first it was the video. I saw the video on Night Flight. And it rocked my world. And then I saw them on Saturday Night Live doing the same thing in their yellow radiation suits and 3D glasses. And it was great.
Yeah, I like them a lot. And they're fun to go back and listen to them, to the early stuff. And
although Devo is also a bad memory.
Why? Oh, the U concert?
You remember?
Yeah.
I was there as a student. That was before I worked with you guys.
University of Utah, in the ballroom at the Union Building, Halloween concert.
Yep.
Devo was supposed to come and play. They stayed in their trailer for a long time for some reason, causing the crowd to be...
They said they weren't coming out until they got paid.
Yeah. It's causing the crowd...
we were not happy.
No, causing the crowd to be angry because Devo was not coming out. And so they took their anger out on us.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're the face of the show.
The face of the show that got spat upon by those wonderful University of Utah students.
Well, I didn't do that.
You were right up there spitting. I saw you.
I wasn't.
It was the student union, and Devo didn't trust them for some reason, and it was like we want our money now, or we're not going.
They were right to ask for that.
It was the student union. That's why they didn't trust them.
Yeah.
But I remember as being a student being so excited that we got Devo. I mean, they seemed like too big of a band to have just at our little ballroom at the U. I don't know how they managed to even get it that far.
Did they ever come out? Because I left.
I left too.
I left.
They did.
Yeah, they did, because I was done.
And how were they?
The president of the student union goes, "You guys go out and kill for time while the band.
Have a costume contest.
Well, we get the money for the band. Do a costume contest." Hey, great, thanks.
So were they good?
Yeah, it was just short. They didn't play for very long because I think it was pretty late by the time they.
Yeah.
I want to say like 11 o'clock or something.
Somebody go to the bank and cash a check.
Yeah, Bill and I left. It was like as soon as the contest was over, I think we even looked at the student union people and said, "You're on your own.
Good luck. Bye."
Yep.
Good luck with that. And I was really bummed because I really liked Devo.
It's funny as I look back upon that, though, how inexperienced at the time I was about standing in front of a crowd and being able to handle a crowd.
Yeah.
As time went on and other experiences, I look back on that and think, could have handled that. Could have managed that crowd.
Because quite often there are reasons why the act isn't ready to go on right away, and you do have to fill. And
for instance, we could have gotten the crowd on our side by saying, the reason Devo is being delayed is that they need their money. And your student leaders have not come up with a check yet. So turn your anger toward them. Let's lynch the head of the student body. Let's,
We're not going to come out here and take these, slings and arrows. This is whose fault it is.
Anyway, just reliving old wounds.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I don't ever think of that when I hear Devo.
No, I don't either.
Doesn't really come up in my mind, and I'm glad of that.
All right, I'd say that's farting around, isn't it?
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Yeah, Mark Mothersbaugh just did the soundtrack for something called Thor, Love and Thunder.
That's the new Thor movie.
Is that the new movie? Mm-hmm. He did the soundtrack for that.
He's doing fine.
He's got more than $5 million.
I don't know. The Norse gods are notoriously cheap.
So what we're learning here, Gina, is that the internet may not be trustworthy.
No, it just says right there. I want to believe it, but no.
All right, let's officially begin the show. We will do that after we have some messages. And your check-ins at 877-602-9696. You can call us, and you have any memories of Devo? Maybe you were one of those wretched students who were in the audience who gave us a hard time about the whole situation.
Yeah, because as far as they knew, it was like our idea.
Yeah.
To hold up the show, to do your stupid Halloween contest, bring out the no, that's not what happened.
Devo's demanding to take the stage, and Carrie and Bill were saying, "No,
why
you're gonna
won't
have to
those
wait."
guys leave? We want
have-
to get out there and entertain the nice people.
We have to do this Halloween costume contest first. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Please do. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll take your check-ins coming up.
All right, so we'll get those going and finish up this show coming up after these. Go ahead. Hello, X96. Oh, hello, Bert. Bert, calm down, okay? Look, hang on a sec, okay? We'll talk to you on the speakerphone. Hang on just a second. Bill, it's Bert.
Oh, man. Bert, again? That's the third time this week.
Come on now, the guy's going through some real tough stuff right now. We may be the only friends he has left.
Well, why can't he call and cry to Dom?
Dom DeLuise has deserted him, too. I mean, look, let's talk to him. I mean, he's really hurt.
Oh, all right. Put him on the speakerphone.
Okay.
Hi, Bert. It's Carrie and Bill.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Bet you're real excited about that Cop and a Half movie finally coming out, Bert.
Bill, Cop and a Half has been out for a year, and it was a stiff. Bert, I saw that movie. It was great. I bought my own copy. You were great. That kid sucked.
Yeah, sorry, Bert.
Thank you.
Well, hey, how's Lonnie doing?
Bill, Lonnie dumped him some time ago. Don't listen to him. She's a lying bitch, Bert. You're better off without her. And she looks like hell. Yeah, she looks like a mortician does her makeup.
Yeah, she looks awful, Bert. Not like you. You look great these days.
Yeah.
Saw you on Evening Shade the other night, Bert. Hey, you doing something different to your hair?
Jesus, hair fell out years ago. Nobody can tell, Bert. It looks great. Very natural.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice. You must be paying big money for those rugs.
Oh, listen, Bert, I'm real sorry. I mean, you call us up so that we can cheer you up, and, well, I just don't think we're doing a very good job.
No.
Bert, is there another old friend that you can call?
I know, Bert. You ought to call Dinah. What's Dinah Shore doing?
Way to go, Einstein. Dinah Shore has been dead for months.
Oh. Well, how about we have him call Sally Field? Is she still alive?
You idiot. Okay, 6:21.
Yeah, the woefully underpaid Seth Meyers. It's a crime.
I think so.
So let's officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins. I think we have a full bank of phones, including Blaine. We got to get to Blaine. So, Gina, sponsor?
Yes, Fink and McGregor. Mortgage is made simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis. 801-264-9494. That's 801-264-9494.
The moon is continuing its journey toward being a full moon. It's 36.9% of full right now, a waxing crescent moon. It will rise today at 11:41 a.m. Today being Tuesday, it's the 18th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And 425 days now of pandemic broadcasts. We are in our homes. That is Carrie, Gina, and me in our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live, and you can see Katie in the downtown studio. This is the morning show that has won more awards for excellence than any show in the history of Utah broadcasting. And why scholars and archivists aren't beating down our doors to preserve just a little bit of this excellence for history is anybody's guess. Yes, it is Radio from Hell, starring the brilliant Kerry Jackson, the insightful Bill Allred, and the always present Gina Barberi.
Thank you.
Katie for short is in our studio in downtown Salt Lake. Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. It is No Dirty Dishes Day. No Dirty Dishes Day.
Good. I hate dirty dishes.
Yeah, so do what I do. Early this morning, I went down into the kitchen, and if you have any dirty dishes in your kitchen like I did, just go get them and put them in the cabinet just as they are. That's right. Put them away dirty and forget about them. It's No Dirty Dishes Day. All right. Check-ins?
It's also Sue and I's 23rd anniversary.
Oh,
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Let's go to Blaine. Hello,
Blaine, good morning. Thanks for checking in with us. What's up?
Well, I just Blaine. You could drop the B.
Oh,
But
it's
Lane.
Everybody's butchered by name. Everybody's butchered by name for 60. So hell, jump on the bandwagon.
Aw.
Oh, we're sorry, Lane. Go
Lane,
ahead.
we're only as good as the information we're given. So,
Happy anniversary to you and Sue.
thank you.
So last Thursday, I start feeling like crap. Been vaccinated for COVID, and I feel like crap on Thursday. And I call the boss from the Peterbilt when I pulled to the curb and says, "Dude, I ain't gonna make her." So he says, "Well, you better go to the doctor and see what's going on." So I go to the doctor and they do some tests and everything, and the doctor says, "Well, you've got pneumonia," and I guess we'd get a clarification from Dr. Dunn on that, but somebody said I had COVID pneumonia, which has nothing to do with COVID-19, and I've been through prostate cancer, and I have never had anything kick my ass as bad as this did for 3 days.
I haven't
Quarantined
heard
at
of
home.
the COVID pneumonia that's not
Well,
COVID.
there are different COVID viruses other than
Yeah,
COVID-19.
I'll tell you what, if you haven't had your pneumonia shot, go get it, because I'll tell you what, you don't want what I had for 3 days. I mean, I even had to have the wife go to the liquor store, for hell's sake.
Oh, my God. All right. Lane,
But
thanks.
she's been a trooper.
Thanks.
She's been a trooper.
It sounds like you're
Well,
you're on the mend. So
There's a story in the news, Lane, about a guy who got very upset because his wife got the wrong booze.
He's a boner candidate.
He's a boner
okay.
candidate
Oh,
coming
she
up.
knows what I drink. After 30 years, Carrie, she better have it down
Well,
straight.
You'd think, but wait for this news story. Wait for this story coming up. All right. Thanks, Lane.
Oh, it'll be on there then?
Yeah, coming up. Thanks,
Have you
Lane.
got Dr. Dunn on today?
No.
No, we don't. But
No, we don't.
we'll next
Okay.
time we have a COVID person on, I think tomorrow, we'll ask him about that. Okay?
Because, Bill, your doctor is,
Dr.
like
Cobble.
Jerry says, it's not coming from the crazy uncle on Facebook.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Get
Thanks,
the
Lane.
right
See you.
information. But, yeah, it's just
Okay. All
go
right.
get your shot. I get to go back to work tomorrow.
Okay.
right,
Okay, good.
Bye.
Wear your
Enjoy
mask.
the show. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to Jay. Hello,
Oh,
Jay.
yay. Hi, Jay.
Hello, how are you?
All
Fine.
right, Jay.
What have you got for us?
Happy anniversary, Carrie, to you
Thank
and your
you.
wife. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just didn't. I was just calling to complain about going to work today, but because it's my Monday. But I'm after what Lane said, I'm just gonna say, hey, have a good day today. See ya.
I have nothing to complain about.
Suck it up, Jay. Suck it up. All right. Thanks for
Thanks,
checking
Jay.
in.
Thank you, Jay.
Right.
All right. Let's go to Alan. Alan.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, Alan. What's up with you today?
Hey, so I'm walking the trails of South Denver right now, enjoying some nice weather for once.
Oh, it's nice. Maybe I'll join you.
Go.
Hop on over.
That's my secret power. For those of you who don't know, I have one superpower, and that's my ability to instantly transform and go to Denver, Colorado. Now I can't instantly come back. Is the only problem. I have to get a ride or something. But so maybe I'll
That's okay.
join you.
You'll like it here. We're doing all right with our masks and things. It's weird to hear you guys talk about people not wearing masks. And we were able to go to the movies for the first time over the weekend. It was great.
Good. Well, it's nice to hear from you, Alan, and I'm glad the weather's good in Colorado. And after the show, where will you be just after 10 a.m. today?
I'll be in Arvada, so come find me, okay?
In Arvada, okay. Is that anywhere near Denver?
Yeah, it's just a few miles north.
Yeah, you can get there, Bill.
Well, I can get to Denver.
But then you can Uber to Arvada.
Okay, I'll take an Uber to Arvada. All right. See you later.
Look forward to seeing you.
All right, bye.
Alan. All right. Let's go to Nick is on the phone.
Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey, guys.
it's
your
Nick.
night guy, Nick.
Yeah, Nick,
Nick,
the night
wait.
guy.
How's it going?
Well, it's fine.
Okay.
What's going on?
We thought you were
Well,
anxious to be a regular contributor.
Yesterday, I got mild food poisoning yesterday that put my sleep schedule sadly back on track. But I did feel the void. I didn't feel like I didn't feel connected to you guys yesterday after not being able to check in like usual.
Can I guess how you got the mild food poisoning?
Take a shot.
Because you're a single young man. My guess is it's some food you left out too long on the counter and didn't put in the fridge, and you thought, I'll eat it anyway. And is it something like that?
It's close. Sunday night was a big night. I got takeout to watch the 60 Minutes UFO expose. And I spent a whole $12 on some sesame chicken, and it was one of those things where it tasted rank, but like I kept eating it because I put $12 into it, and before I knew it, I was wreathing and writhing on the floor about 6 hours later. So
even though it tasted bad, you ate it because you spent $12 on it.
This is not the
we
first.
Make the big bucks over there.
This is not the first story I've heard from you about having food poisoning.
Is it?
I think I've heard you talk about it before.
You've talked about it before. I am now concerned that you don't have the stamina to do radio. Because
you can't swallow down some rank sesame chicken. You don't have the gusto for it.
I'm just saying that a true radio professional powers through.
Exactly.
True. But now I'm on a sleeping cleanse, so that I can get back on a regular schedule.
Good.
Now, Nick, I was going to say if you really want to contribute, you could write the Utah Word of the Day today, but you didn't call.
It's too late for that.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's a tad late. Fries. That's a Utah word, right?
No.
No.
Oh.
I don't think
so.
so.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out.
All right.
Why don't you figure something out and get back to us, Nick?
Okay.
And Nick, I still haven't seen that. I still haven't seen that save the date.
That is in the works, Bill. That's coming. You just wait with bated breath, and it'll show up.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Just one thing to tell you about. We've got a minor crash, I-215 southbound approaching the 22nd North exit. Cars are on the right shoulder there. Not even causing any delays. Why even mention it if there are no delays?
Exactly.
I don't know. But that's the only thing UDOT's telling me about. What are you telling me about? You can text it to us if it's safe for you to do that. 33986. Carrie?
All right. During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call Scott Hale at 801-264-HALE. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Full-strength big boy news and opinioendo after these X96.
Well, have you ever wondered what it's like to sneeze while you're driving 200 miles an hour in an Indy car? Have you ever wondered what?
I would think it would be like sneezing, right?
Well, but think about it. You have to close your eyes when you're driving.
Yeah.
Just
everything
how
slows
far
down, though. Everything slows down. I think
when you sneeze.
No. When you're driving 200 miles an hour, you're so used to it. Everything slows down.
Well, race car drivers deal with a lot of challenges that we all do. We've all, had to sneeze while we're driving. But it's harder to do when you're going 200 miles an hour. IndyCar star Alexander Rossi was recently interviewed about what it's like to sneeze while you're going 200 miles an hour. They also asked him about picking his nose, Which do you have to pick your nose while you're driving 200 miles an hour?
I think with the helmet and everything, that's the last thing on your mind.
And that's what he said. He said, well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get it up there in the helmet.
The gloves, you got the stuff covering your face so that if you catch on fire, you don't die. You got the helmet, you got...
But the trick is to try to sneeze in the straightaway, he said.
Well, yeah.
'Cause
no kidding.
If you can hold it, if you can hold it till the straightaway, it's better. But he said it's scary. You close your eyes for a second, and how far you travel in just that half a second when you close your eyes, it could be disaster.
I heard Danny Sullivan, Indy race car driver, though, talking about how many laps did they do at Indy? Is it 50 or 100 or something? I mean, they just a lot of laps.
500, the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, 500, yeah, obviously, duh. But you're going 180, 200 miles an hour for that long of a period of time. And he says everything slows down, kind of. He says, I knew where my girlfriend was sitting. And so I would look to find her every time I went by. And then I noticed she was getting very friendly with a guy sitting next to her. Things sort of slow down, and you get used to it, and you can...
You did good, Gina. I was proud of you. That's good.
Whoa! Hey!
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered 2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have... I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I hope they had a cola.
You don't think of Rod Stewart as...
I don't think of Rod Stewart, period.
And he didn't wait in the car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
Got a text here, Bill. Alan in Denver again.
Yeah.
For logistics, where do you appear when you transport yourself to Denver?
It just depends. You name a place in Denver.
Oh,
you can do that. That's specific.
Oh, okay.
I can pinpoint.
Bill was just assuming it was the governor's office for some reason.
No. I can pinpoint it.
Okay.
There's a place where Denverites like to go for breakfast. Can't remember the name of it. It's a cafe there. I've gone there many times. Eaten,
okay.
Then I have pancakes and then try and get a ride back to Salt Lake.
All right. Let's get this going then. Full strength, big boy news and opinioendo now, brought to you by.
Find your match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment, plus all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details.
Oh. I said yesterday, too, I was talking about taxes, and yesterday was the deadline for filing taxes, the extended deadline. And I made a comment about the post office and taxpayer-supported employees, and that's incorrect. As a texter points out, the post office is not funded by taxpayer money. They're required to make their own way, and that's
the stamps. Buy stamps.
And yet the federal government can put all kinds of restrictions on them. Keep the federal government has stood in the way of the post office operating profitably, I think, for a long time. So I took my taxes to the UPS store, my tax forms, and mailed them from the UPS store. They all do all kinds of mailing there. And they're very, very good, very efficient, and got that taken care of yesterday. You know what Ariana Grande got taken care of?
What's that?
Being single.
Is she official?
Not single anymore. She married her real estate agent. a guy named...
Does that save you on fees?
A guy named Dalton Gomez. And they have officially tied the knot. Gina, you don't pay your real estate agent anything. It doesn't cost you to have a real estate agent. The real estate agent gets their money other than from you. They get it from the percentages of the house and all that.
Which is
my house I sold.
Yeah, that's money.
Yeah.
Still my money.
But you don't have to pay them directly, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
It was a tiny and intimate ceremony, less than 20 people. The room was so happy and so full of love.
I'll bet.
Said, who are we talking about? Oh,
Ariana Grande.
Ariana Grande's representative. The couple and both families couldn't be happier. They went public with their relationship with the release of Ariana Grande's song "Stuck with You" in collaboration with Justin Bieber. Grande and Gomez were dancing together in the music video for that song.
His name's Dalton. How old is he? 18?
He is 25. She's 27. Dalton Gomez. And this story is curious to me for any number of reasons. It's a celebrity story which begins with the headline, Ruby Rose debuts a puffy, taut complexion. Now, so it talks about Ruby Rose coming out in public, and she looks a little bit different than she normally looks. Her face is a little different. It's a little puffy or whatever. Okay, big deal. But this story began with this. She is one of the most recognizable Australian actresses in Hollywood. I don't really. Let's see. You got
Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman.
Naomi Watts.
Naomi Watts.
Wow, you guys know a lot of Australian actresses.
Yeah.
I didn't know Ruby. What I get from that is I had no idea Ruby Rose was Australian.
I didn't know either.
She was seen at the premiere of Pink's documentary, All I Know So Far, in Hollywood. Oh, is it All I Know So Far?
Yeah.
Because the sentence reads, Pink's documentary, All I Know So Far in Hollywood, on Wednesday. So I thought that was the name of the
No, the Hollywood part is not part of it. It's...
All I Know So Far in Hollywood on Wednesday, which is a pretty specific title for a documentary. So, then Ricky Schroeder has apologized.
Sort of.
He said, "I'm sorry that I picked on Jason, the Costco associate. The Costco, I think he was a manager at Costco." And there's former child star Ricky put a spoon in at Schroeder, who was berating the guy and saying about their mask policy. Said, "I shouldn't have picked on Jason, the Costco employee."
Okay, Pricky, then issue apologies to all of the people that you have yelled at in public for this, all of the workers, because this is not the first time. No. You just got caught this time.
He said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper. I'm very sorry."
You just got called out. You got called on the carpet on this one. How about for the rest of them that you've done it to?
President Biden said the United States will share at least 20 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine by the end of next month, totaling 80 million doses that are being sent abroad. Those additional 20 million doses will consist of Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines, as well as AstraZeneca, which has been approved by federal regulators before being shipped overseas. That effort is underway. We need to help fight the disease around the world, to keep us safe here at home, and to do the right thing, helping other people. It's the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. It's the strong thing to do, Biden said in remarks delivered at the White House. The president said, "We want to lead the world with our values, with this demonstration of our innovation and our ingenuity and the fundamental decency of the American people." Biden added that the White House COVID-19 response coordinator, Jeff Zients, is in charge of the effort in coordination with the National Security Council and the State Department. Utah reported 164 more COVID-19 cases yesterday, one additional death. The state's total of COVID cases since this all began, 402,731. Vaccines, over 2 million, about 2.5 million, close to 2.5 million vaccines have been administered. So that's good news. But between Sunday and Monday, only 3,492 doses. Of course, that's Church Day, so maybe that, but that doesn't seem like that's nearly enough in a day's period. 3,492 vaccines.
No, there should be a lot more than that.
Yeah. Earthquakes have rattled the Lake Tahoe area. 2 earthquakes shook Lake Tahoe just after noon on Monday. There was a 3.6 tremor at 12:24 p.m. Pacific time, followed by a 2.6 quake at 12:49. A lot of people felt it. People from further away, of course, felt it as well. Just had an earthquake in Lake Tahoe. It was scary. The magnitude wasn't high, but at the same time, it put off a sound that sent chills down my back. And that's true. You will hear a sound. I remember when I was a kid, there was an earthquake that we felt in Ogden and Salt Lake, and it sounded like a crack. It was just like a snap sound, a very, very sharp.
The one here,
sound.
It sounded like a freight train was going through the building.
Yeah, it's common. That's what you're hearing there is the rumble of the the buildings around and all of that. If I recall correctly, seismologists have not. A lot of people report hearing this kind of crack sound, this like something snapping, and they haven't been able to really determine why that is and how it happens, and not everybody hears it all the time.
I have a seismologist on the phone.
Okay.
Earthquake warning has been issued. It's gonna be 9.0 or greater magnitude. It may destroy lots of houses.
Yeah. Well, thanks for telling us. Thanks for warning us. Now this scares me. This scares me more than any earthquakes or a pandemic or anything like that. It's the drought.
Yeah.
We're experiencing current drought conditions, and that's scary because not being able to water our luxurious lawns, but crops and things like that, and drinking water, and that's all very serious. But apparently, the drought conditions may lead to more aggressive bears this year.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning,
I'm going back to Glacier this year.
I wouldn't.
And
they're just waiting for you.
I read that story this morning, and I'm like, oh, great.
They're just waiting for you.
The last 2 times we've been, I've been afraid of seeing a bear. We never saw one, but I think this might be the year.
Because of low snow conditions and early warmer weather, black bears are coming out of hibernation early, and that makes them grumpy. They don't like that. A black bear's diet is mostly made up of plants and root-like vegetation and whatever human it can get a hold of. Food that's impacted by the drought. So there are fewer plants and berries and stuff for them to eat. So they're going to come looking for you to eat.
Great.
The other thing with bears is, if you're ever chased by one, run downhill. For some reason, they can't do that. It's the moss.
They attack when you're having your period, too.
No, that's jungle cats.
Speaking of eating, Burger King is bringing back what apparently is a fan favorite. They're bringing back crown-shaped chicken nuggets. They've been gone for 10 years. But
I don't remember them.
Yeah.
Well, the little chicken nuggets shaped like, the Burger King crown. What is it about food in the shape of other things that makes people happy? I don't,
It makes children happy.
Yeah.
You can, you can buy nuggets, chicken nuggets that are shaped
Dinosaurs.
like animals and stuff like that. I'm not sure why that people are excited about the Burger King crown-shaped nuggets coming back, but they are. And also, speaking of eating, a 111-year-old Australian man who says Ruby Rose is not one of the most recognizable actresses from Australia, also says that the way he's been able to get to the age of 111 is that he eats chicken brains. Now,
they're not very big, are they?
Yeah. They're just like, you get about 40 of them. It's like having a bag of popcorn. Retired cattle rancher Dexter Kruger.
Oh, Dexter.
And his son Freddie was not. Marked 124 days since he turned 111, older than World War I veteran Jack Lockett was when he died in 2002, making Mr. Kruger the oldest man in Australia. Kruger told Australian Broadcasting Corporation in an interview at his nursing home in rural Queensland that a weekly feast of chicken brains has contributed to his longevity. Chicken brains, chickens, they have a head, and in their heads,
yeah,
there's a brain.
Yeah,
you don't say.
And they're delicious little things.
Oh.
It's just one. You get just one little bite. I've never heard of anyone eating chicken brains.
Didn't they used to serve them up there at Carquick with the potato logs?
No.
Maybe.
Get me a scoopful of deep-fried chicken brains.
No.
Can I have a side of sour cream with that, please?
Sure.
There's only his son is 74 years old, and says, my father, he eats chicken brains once a week. Nursing home manager Melanie Calvert said, this is something that the nursing home provides for him, and he's got a great memory, and he enjoys his chicken brains.
Or are they just giving him Burger King Crown Nuggets and telling him
it's
chicken
chicken brains?
Could be. All right.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
University Credit Union wants to give you $400 in just 3 easy steps. You can get up to $400. See University Credit Union branch for details or go to ucreditu.com. This could be a boner. I don't know. Maybe you made it a boner, Bill. I don't know. New Detroit Lions coach Dan Campbell. Did you see this?
Oh,
I saw this. Yeah, but I didn't do it.
He's pleading with team executives, not for, better health care for his players or, better facilities no, he's pleading with team executives to allow him to walk around the facilities with a real live lion, saying he's dead serious about adopting a big cat. Quote, I would love to literally have a pet lion, a legit pet lion on a big-ass chain. Mm-hmm. The 45-year-old coach explained the thought process on Barstool Sports, which should tell you everything.
Yeah,
saying he believes the animal could help motivate his squad to win a game.
No, it would terrify your squad into being maimed.
He's like, problem is, I don't know if Pete is going to allow it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I don't know. Wouldn't you perform better if you thought that if you didn't, a lion might eat you?
Yeah, is this like a gladiator situation?
Gladiator?
Nearly killed him.
Hardly knew her?
But come on, that could be a boner cannon. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
The Salt Lake Bees are finishing their long stand with the Tacoma Rainiers. They lost last night 3-7. They play tonight at 6:35 p.m. and it's Salt Lake Gulls throwback night. If you're missing the uniforms of the Salt Lake Gulls,
I am. When is Trappers night?
Are going to do a Trappers?
I'm sure they will. Wasn't that the team Bill Murray was part owner
Trappers,
in the
yeah.
Trappers?
Mm-hmm.
So that's your sports weather. So we shouldn't have the little thunderstorms like we had yesterday. Just a good sunny day for Carrie to be out on the porch. 81 for a high today. 84 tomorrow. Very warm tomorrow.
I gotta put up a tomato cage.
Today's
What, are you afraid they'll escape?
That plant. It's all top heavy. It's bending over. I gotta support it.
Looks like the next chance of showers is going to be Thursday night into Friday. Friday looks pretty stormy. So enjoy your next couple of warm, sunny days. Traffic, we've got stalled vehicle, top of the on-ramp, 56 South in Roy to go southbound I-15, causing some delays in that area. That's the only thing UDOT is reporting. What are you reporting? You haven't sent anything in at 33986. That's where you do it, though, only if it's safe, please. 33986. Carrie?
During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. All right, we're going to take a break, and we will be back with
Utah Word of the Day, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Coming up, along with boners and news. Boners Round 1, all coming up. Stand by. KXRK Provo. Senior. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-I-O-R. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while Head to the Class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the Class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand.
Oh.
You remember? Me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building. We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. Now, I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on Head of the Class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She's probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar. You care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer. Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this. All right, 7:03 right now.
Well, we have a sponsor for Utah Word of the Day.
All right,
which
then.
means
let's
we
do it.
have to do Utah Word of the Day.
Okay.
But, okay. Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands, over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
All right. I just hit this.
I guess.
No explanation, just doing it?
Well,
okay, so Bill was
Gina
going to
feels
try.
the need to explain.
Bill was going to try to get Nick to write a Utah Word of the Day, but he never called us yesterday because he had food poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but Bill had already sort of made up his mind that he didn't want to.
I had taxes to take care of.
But we had this magical moment on yesterday's show.
All right.
Oh, well, let's just see how magical it was.
Let's find out. Okay, here we go.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
being hijacked by two hicks from the Florida city of Jacksonville.
That little bit reminded me that I talked to Festus yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
In Jacksonville?
Who's made it to Florida. And I said, what are your thoughts on Florida so far? And he said, well, you don't realize how white Utah is until you go other places. Like
there are lots of people of color in Jacksonville.
Yeah, and he said it's nice. It's like the 31 flavors. There's all kinds of different colors and flavors of people here. And I said, well, what do you think about the people? And he said, well,
they're
so
nuts.
far the people we've interacted with are in the service industry, waiters and people that work at hotels and things. And he said, they're rude and slow, meaning their reaction to you is, hi, we'd like to get a room for the night at the hotel. And he said, here's what they do. Okay.
No. Come on. This is Southern living. This is not rude and slow. This is you do things in good time. You do think you go. You say, so ask me if you want a room. I spent a lot of time in Florida. Ask me. So you're checking in.
We'd like a room for the night, please.
Would it be just the two of you?
Yes, just the two of us, just for one night, please.
I got that. Two of you. One night.
One night, just one night.
Ma'am, you don't need to repeat things. I understand what you're saying.
See, that's kind of rude, though, right?
I'm not being rude. You're holding up the process by being so mouthy. Now, let me just check our availability.
Aloysius.
Yeah.
Before you do that, would you make sure they're married?
All right. I've been instructed to ask you if you two are married.
Yes, we're married.
Aloysius, would you
Yeah?
make sure that they were married proper, like
Christian marriage?
Well,
Christian marriage?
Well,
Was there any incantations involved in your marriage ceremony? No incantations? Then you're that's
really.
good enough for me.
Okay.
Now, you say it's a room for two.
Two, please, yes.
For tonight. All right.
You
let
see,
me
when
just
you've been
take- let me-
traveling a long time,
let me
we
just-
just like to get to...
Ma'am, you are holding up the process by being so mouthy. Let me just check and see what our availability is. Hey, Cletus, we got any
What?
rooms?
depends.
Depends on what.
Well, What do you think of them?
Just a minute.
Should we let them in the same room?
Just a minute.
Or do we insist that they have 2 rooms?
Let me check here. You're considerably taller than your husband, aren't you?
What?
You're considerably taller than your... I made myself clear, didn't
sorry,
I?
I don't
You are taller than your husband. I think that's kind of odd. Is he out there getting the luggage? Let me just check and see if we have a room before he goes to all that trouble of bringing in the luggage. Yeah,
Aloysius, I got to look at him.
Yeah.
He's got tattoos.
All right.
My guess is he's here for the Navy.
Oh, Navy. Oh, well. Now, if he's in the service, you didn't mention that, man. Is your
Yes,
husband in the service?
Yes, he's in the service.
Ah, well, I'm sure we have a room for the 2 of you.
Right.
And I hope you enjoy your stay here in Jacksonville.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Or the Florida word of the day.
You know, it's as I listened back to that, it really did remind me of my time in Florida and in the South, because people would say, "Well, that's just Southern charm." I said, "Everybody's sort of polite and in an odd way." Well, it's Southern charm. That's what that is. And Southern charm, really, what it amounts to is a big facade. They don't like you.
No.
But they pretend that they do.
You're bothering me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cletus and Aloysius maybe will reappear in some other form.
Maybe. Well, you know, one of the biggest insults from a Southerner is when he says to you, "Bless your heart."
Yeah, that's not a nice.
That's
I don't
a
mean
huge
that in
insult.
in a nice way.
That's true. And I told that story yesterday, I think, too. But the waiters and waitresses, the waitress who said, "Oh, you want breakfast? Well, we're out of grits." I don't care. I don't like grits.
Oh, well.
Well, you don't like grits? Well, I don't think we're serving breakfast right now.
You don't even get eggs.
Nope.
Your kind. We don't want your kind here.
Grit-hating Northerners.
Yeah.
You don't even get eggs.
Somebody here says, "I'm from Florida, and that sketch couldn't have been more accurate." That's from Jay. Yeah, it's a different world. It really is. It's a very different world, the South and Florida. And now up there in the Panhandle, where Festus is, up in Jacksonville, they're a bit more sophisticated.
Are they?
Are they?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
That's where Leonard Skinner's from.
Oh, no.
Southern Georgia.
Yeah, but see, you guys, I've been down in the tail of Florida, way down there, where sometimes they act like they haven't seen people in years.
In Miami?
No. In the Miami's obviously a big populated area, but there are these vast swatches of Florida where there is nobody. There's nobody. There are bears and wildlife.
There's bears in Florida?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes. And they eat people from time to time. There's bears and alligators and snakes.
Good.
And
I knew alligators and snakes. I didn't know there were bears in Florida.
There are parts of Florida where it's like you go, wait a minute, what country am I in? What's going on? These little towns, and you go into them, and it's like they haven't seen people that wear shoes before. You know? I'm not kidding. They're very, yeah.
That's
you have a message.
I think I got a text.
Yeah.
Yes.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Oh, let's see. It's been a pretty light morning. I just have one accident to tell you about. Crash 90th South, 27th West in West Jordan. That's all UDOT is saying, and you're not telling me much either. A lot of good you're doing. folks. Well, I'll take that as a good sign that things are looking fine out there. But if they're not, you can text it to us, 33986. If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard. Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
Let's see. We have Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1, and he is just one of many. Number 2, the wife bought the wrong brand. And boner candidate number 3, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally.
All right, Boners round 1, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Now a message from the Salt Lake Film Society. It's drive-in movie time.
Yeah.
Oh, I looked at the lineup.
There's a movie tonight.
Well, the movie tonight is Bullet.
Yep.
But the one I got really excited for is on May 29th, Dirty Dancing.
Oh, well, good. Coming up tonight at the Motorhome Cinema, it's Bullet. Then on Friday night, Harold and Maude, which is a classic.
Oh, yeah, I love Harold and Maude.
And then The Hunt for the Wilder People on Saturday. Now, the Salt Lake Film Society is putting this on. This is a terrific drive-in movie theater experience. It's very intimate because there's only room for about 45 cars on that lot. You can get your tickets for the Studio Backlot Motor Cinema by going to slfsathome.org. slfsathome.org. You can order popcorn and all kinds of stuff as well so that they'll have it there for you. So go to slfsathome.org.
Tonight on
Rod Decker Undercover.
Ace reporter Rod Decker goes undercover at the state capitol. What really goes on at the legislature? What are the power brokers up to? Rod knows the legislators put up a facade when they see him coming with a camera crew, and so Decker disguises himself as a schoolgirl on a field trip with Mrs. Spencer's 6th grade class.
Okay, kids, now settle down. Before we get back on the bus and go back to school, I want you to meet Governor Mike Leavitt.
Hi, kids. I hope you've enjoyed your visit to the Capitol today. Very important work takes place here. Do you have any questions? Yes, you, the tow-headed kid with the striped shirt.
What's with the car in the basement? Is that the Employee of the Month's car?
No, that's the Mormon Meteor. It was once the world speed record holder. Okay, you, the boy with the hat on backwards.
How come the Capitol has gold on the top of it? Isn't that a waste of money?
Well, Sonny, that's not gold, it's copper. Like a Duracell battery. And we have time for one more question before I have to get back to running the state. You in the back, the tall, homely girl with the pigtails and glasses.
Tell me, Governor Leavitt, will we have to spend tax money on the Olympics? How do you feel about having an official beer of the Olympic Games? What about I-15? Is it on schedule and anywhere near budget? Will tobacco be outlawed in this state?
Hold on here. You ask a lot of questions for a little girl. Say, I know you from somewhere.
I can assure you, sir, that you have never met me before. As you can see, I'm just an average 6th grade girl on a field trip.
You're Rod Decker.
No, my name is done. And what you're saying is, rather than handle some tough questions from a schoolgirl, you would prefer to make accusations about my true identity.
I knew it. You are Rod Decker. Rod, why didn't you just ask for an interview?
Well, there you have it. Politicians won't even let their guard down in front of innocent children. You can't get a straight answer from them, no matter who you are.
That's tonight on
Rod Decker, Undercover.
On the Channel 2 News at 6 and 10.
All right, let's see, it's 7:21. Time now for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one do you think is the worst? Which one do you think should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here does not make it boner of the day, because at 8:20 this morning, round 2, we do this again. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We then take both winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for realsies. All right, so right now, pick your champion from this. Round 1 to send forward. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a BYU TV prize pack for the Parker Andersons. Family relationships are complicated, especially with a mixed-race, newly blended family. Check out the new hit series, The Parker Andersons and Amelia Parker, 2 shows, 1 family, stream now on the BYU TV app.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1. And he is just one of many. This is the Federal Aviation Administration proposing more than $100,000 in fines against several airline passengers, including one guy who had to be physically restrained and handcuffed after hitting and pushing a flight attendant on a flight from Honolulu to Seattle. As a result of that incident on a Delta Airlines flight in December, the man faces a $52,500 fine. According to the FAA, the man allegedly tried to open the cockpit door and refused to follow instructions from crew members. At one point, after the man allegedly hit a flight attendant in the face and pushed the flight attendant to the ground. The man then threatened and charged the flight attendant as he tried to restrain the man. Flight attendants, with the help of another passenger, put plastic handcuffs on the guy. The man was able to free himself from one of the handcuffs and hit the flight attendant in the face a second time. The passenger was finally taken into custody by police after the plane landed. They're going to try and levy a fine of over $52,000 against this person. And this is just one of many incidents that are occurring on airlines these days.
Oh yeah,
it seems to flying is really safe in terms of, there are very few crashes and things like that. But who knows what kind of asshats you're going to encounter
Well, and
on
flying
the
from
flight.
from Honolulu to Seattle, there's nowhere to land that plane in an emergency situation from there. That's the thing that would make me nervous.
Boner candidate number 1, he is just one of many. Here's Boner candidate number 2. The wife, she bought the wrong brand. Delhi Township, Ohio. It's called the Floral Paradise of Ohio, apparently. But something didn't smell right when a man believed to have stolen 14 cases of beer, 14 cases, then tried to return them. The incident occurred Wednesday at a Kroger's in Ohio. According to a news release from the Delhi Township Police Department, the man loaded his cart with 14 cases of beer. Police said that he then attempted to return the cases, saying, so my wife bought these, and it was the wrong brand. I'd like to return them, please. It was supposed to be the Natty Light.
I can't drink this swill.
This is it's supposed to be Natty Light, not Oli, okay? Employees are trying to confirm the story. The male became angry and left the store with the beer. So what he's trying to scam him, loaded up his cart with beer, took it outside, came back in saying, I'm returning this beer my wife bought. Do you have a receipt, sir?
No, the wife bought it. I didn't.
Didn't I just see you leave the store with a...
No, this is the perfect crime.
No. Kroger employees reviewed surveillance footage and determined the man had never paid for the beer. They reported the incident to authorities, and they came and took him into custody. Boner candidate number 2, the wife bought the wrong brand. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Jiffy Lube Multi-Care gets services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for services, locations, and special offers anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
You suppose when these things happen, Elon Musk and people of Mr. Musk's ilk go, damn it. So he was the world's second richest person. Of course, Elon Musk, Tesla, SpaceX, all of that. He was the world's second richest person, and he lost that spot to Bernard Arnault.
Oh, you know who that is?
Who's that?
It's Salma Hayek's husband.
Oh,
What is he? It says he is the chairman of LVMH. What is LVMH?
It's a luxury brand. It's like he owns Gucci and he owns
wow.
Yeah.
And it might not be Gucci, but it's something like Hermes and luxury brands.
So Elon Musk has lost. He's not second anymore. I guess he's third. That was on top of last week's slump amid a global rout in technology stocks and fresh signs of trouble with the Tesla China business. Musk, who had held the top spot on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index as recently as March, has a fortune of $160.6 billion. That's down 24% from its January high. And so does Elon Musk go, what have we got? I've got to do something to get back to that, up to the top spot. Or
not
do
only
they
that, he
care?
realizes that his wife is not as pretty as the other guy's wife.
Yeah,
Salma
Louis
Hayek is-
Vuitton, Hennessy, all those kinds of
But do they care, do you think, when that happens? Or do they just...
I don't know. I wouldn't. I'd go, hey, good for whatever. I got mine.
So, famed sports broadcaster Marv Albert. Marv Albert is retiring. He will call the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals for TNT, and then he will retire, he says, after nearly 60 years in broadcasting. He has been with Turner Sports for 22 years, 19 as an NBA play-by-play announcer. Albert, known for his signature yes call, turns 80 next month, and he's covered everything from football and boxing to hockey and baseball and tennis. He's linked the most to basketball,
yeah.
having called 13 NBA Finals and 25 All-Star games for NBC and Turner, along with the Dream Team's romp to the gold medal in the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. There is no voice more closely associated with the NBA than Marv Albert. This story goes. Well, this story goes on to talk about, all of the wonderful accomplishments of Marv Albert. Never once mentioning his 1997 sex scandal.
Thank you.
When Mr. Albert became embroiled in a sexual assault scandal, a 42-year-old woman named Vanessa Purhatch accused Mr. Albert of throwing her on a bed, biting her, and then forcing her to perform certain sex acts in February of 1997 at his Pentagon City hotel room.
Wasn't he in lingerie?
Yeah.
Yeah. He pleaded guilty to that charge, and he was out of broadcasting for a hot minute because
But
of
they brought him back.
But he came back.
Brought him back, and so, yes, excuse me?
Gina's being excuse-me'd.
For what?
Bernard Arnault is not Salma Hayek's husband. She's married to Francois Pinault.
Oh, excuse me.
You get your millionaires
very
mixed up.
French billionaires
French
mixed
billionaires
up. They're
mixed up.
very similar, though. You can see where I made the mistake.
They're not the same person, Gina.
Arnault and Pinault, and they're both French. You can see where, and they're both billionaires.
They're not the same. They're not the same person.
I didn't say they were. I'm saying you can see where I got confused.
I can always see where you get confused. Let's see. So what else is going on here? The nurses' union. The president of the country's largest nurses' union has spoken out against updated federal guidance, which says that, with a few exceptions, people who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 don't need to wear face masks in indoor or outdoor settings. Speaking on CNN's New Day, National Nurses United President Gene Ross said the guidance from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention creates confusion among the public and endangers nurses and healthcare workers. We're not out of the woods yet, said Ross, noting that hundreds of people are still dying daily of COVID-19. Variants are also rising, she said. Ross said the government created confusion by changing guidance on wearing masks several times. This is very confusing for people, and we should not be doing it. And I can't disagree with that. Utah lawmakers are going to meet in special session tomorrow to spend $1.65 billion in federal COVID-19 relief money and to deal with some bills. Let's make sure that that relief money doesn't go to, slackers, okay? Just, I don't care what you do, just don't give it to slackers, people who don't want to work. Governor Spencer Cox issued a call of the legislature on Monday morning, but he included some bills, largely technical fixes to legislation that had been passed in the 2021 session that ended in March. In a letter to House Speaker Brad Wilson and Senate President Stuart Adams, the governor declined to take up two controversial topics. We will not be talking about Utah becoming a Second Amendment sanctuary. And also, we will not talk about a ban on discussing critical race theory in schools.
Something that's not discussed in schools right now. That's not a problem.
Well, that's right. It's not. So, but they want to ban it for ever talking about it in any way, shape, or form. I'm on record saying that critical race theory has no place in our curriculum.
It doesn't.
That's right, Governor.
Now.
We really shouldn't be teaching. We shouldn't be teaching that there is institutional racism. You're right.
But there is.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
The difficulty comes in defining terms and making sure that we're never stifling thought or expression, except for that one. And that we make sure that our children learn both the best of our past as well as our mistakes so we don't repeat them.
Well, that's just it, though. You don't want to teach the mistakes.
Yeah, we must also make it abundantly clear that Utah is a place that welcomes everyone regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or any other background, and I still think Christopher Columbus was a wonderful person. Boy. And also the Second Amendment sanctuary, that's just nonsense.
Ridiculous.
Because it's not, they can't supersede the federal government in that, so it's just it's a
waste of time.
It's a statement.
It's a feel-good talking point that when they're running for office, they can say, see, I voted for us to be.
Doesn't make me feel good. What do you mean it's a feel-good talking point?
Well,
I think it's a statement of hate and danger is what doesn't make me feel good at all. Let's see, and the Supreme Court says they're going to take up abortion. They will consider it in the next session. A case that would it's a case that revolves around a Mississippi abortion law that could potentially serve as a challenge to Roe versus Wade, the landmark 1973 Supreme Court decision legalizing abortion nationwide prior to viability, which can occur at around 24 weeks. Now, there have been surveys taken and polls done time after time after time. What do most Americans think about Roe versus Wade? Most Americans want to see the Supreme Court uphold Roe versus Wade. Mm-hmm. They feel that it is the majority, the largest percentage of Americans surveyed thinks that it should be a matter between a woman and her doctor.
Yes.
To decide about abortion.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see, one final story here. Dairy Queen is going to give out a Blizzard season passes. You can get a season pass.
Does that mean one a season? I need details.
I think it means that, let's see, I don't know how much it costs. Let's see if it says here. The first season pass, they're going to give them away. The first season pass is worth $5,000. It includes access to every Blizzard flavor on the summer menu.
Well,
winners will also be able to use the pass on other Dairy Queen items like chicken baskets or bacon queso fries if they please.
Bring back the steak fingers. They used to have them. That's what I want.
To win a season pass for yourself, you'll need luck on your side. You'll have to enter the sweepstakes through Facebook or Twitter. And so just look for that if you want to win a Blizzard pass from Dairy Queen. And who wouldn't want to win such a thing?
All right. Weather, traffic.
A beautiful day today. Not any of those little pesky afternoon thunderstorms we've been having. Just sunny and 81. Tomorrow even warmer, 84. Looks like Thursday night into Friday is when things start to change a bit. We have some showers likely then. So enjoy these next couple of days. Seeing some delay westbound 90th south, where there's a crash being reported at about 27th West in West Jordan. That is the only thing that UDOT is telling me about. And what are you telling me about? Nothing as far as traffic goes, so I will take that to mean things are moving well, and congratulations for those of you out traveling and commuting this morning. Should be an easy commute for you. Volkswagen, some of the hottest cars in Utah right now. To make shopping easier for Volkswagen Layton customers, they've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally. So accompanying this story is a picture of a man walking through the U.S. Capitol building on January 6th. Yes, one of the insurrectionists. Holding a massive Confederate flag, like a normal tourist would do, during the January 6th insurrection. Well, he's about to head off on a family road trip after a judge approved the vacation earlier this month. Kevin Seafried is allowed to take his scheduled family trip to Salvo, North Carolina, returning to Delaware on May 22nd, according to court documents. His son, Hunter, who was also charged in the Capitol siege, he too got approval for the road trip. Prosecutors didn't take any issue with either defendant leaving town for a vacation. Court records show both Kevin and Hunter Seafried face multiple federal charges, including violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds, unlawfully entering a restricted building. I don't know if they've been charged with smearing feces on the walls or not. They both have pleaded not guilty to all charges. I'm not guilty, Your Honor. I don't know how that Confederate flag got in my hands.
And how I got into the Capitol.
Boner candidate number 3. Well, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family vacation to North Carolina for a Klan rally. Of course. Take your vacation.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, and he's just one of many. A passenger who had to be handcuffed during a Seattle flight now faces a $52,500 fine, and he's just one of many people who've gone berserk on airline flights in recent days. Boner candidate number 2, the wife bought the wrong brand. It's an Ohio man who obviously stole 14 cases of beer and then walked back into the store with those 14 cases and tried to exchange them because his wife bought the wrong brand. And Boner candidate number 3, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally.
All right. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates, get another winner there, and then take both winners and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now you're picking a champion from this, round 1, to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 18, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It's round 1.
The music.
Norm. Spell it with me now. N-O-R-M. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Today the boys are standing outside the ward house, chatting with a new ward member who has just moved in from out of state. Again, the word is Norm.
Well, Brother Jensen, it's nice to have you in the ward. Where do you come from?
Yeah, what ward was you in and where?
I'm from a ward in Anaheim, California.
Well, we kind of spotted you as a Californian.
Yeah.
You may have noticed that not many of our ward members wear Hawaiian shirts to church.
Nor do many of the male members of this ward have pierced ears either, Elder Jensen.
Yeah, I'm hip. I felt like the brother from another planet in there. Thank goodness I wore shoes.
Well, why didn't you bring Mrs. Jensen and the little Jensens to church today? Maybe they haven't moved up here with you yet.
Or if they are here, I hope they're not sick.
Oh, no, I'm not married.
Oh, a Californian and a bachelor too, huh?
Hey, is Anaheim anywhere near San Francisco?
No, it's not. Anaheim is the city that Disneyland is in.
Oh, that's right. Disneyland. That's that big amusement park with Mickey Mouse and stuff, ain't it? We never been to Disneyland.
We've been to Lagoon. That's an amusement park. It's good enough for us.
You ain't gonna wear any of them mouse ears to church, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't imagine I'll be wearing this Hawaiian shirt again either.
So, what did you do for a living down there in Anaheim?
Well, I was and still am a tax accountant, and because you fellows have been so nice, I'd be happy to offer you some tax advice for free.
I don't pay taxes. I don't have an income, so I don't pay no taxes.
And I have a fellow that does my taxes, Norm.
Oh, what's Norm's last name? Is he in this ward? I'd kind of like to meet him.
No, his name's not Norm. His name's Evan. Evan Christiansen. Why did you think his name was Norm?
You said your accountant's Norm.
No, he said his accountant was Norm. It's a city near Provo, Utah. Orm! That's where this Evan guy is. Norm!
Oh, sorry.
Sure. We'll see you next Sunday, Brother Jensen. You should save that shirt you're wearing, too. I'm sure we'll have some kind of luau night in the cultural hall this spring sometime.
Yeah, we all get a little crazy that night. All right, it is 7:47. Time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Udon Noodles.
And need a great auto loan rate? Granite Credit Union has auto loans at 1.99% financing. Go to granite.org for details. Awesome auto rates and benefits only at granite.org.
We had boner candidate number one, and he is just one of many people who are causing problems on airplanes. This guy was particularly violent, had to be handcuffed. He's now facing a $52,000 fine. Boner candidate number two, the wife bought the wrong brand. It's a guy who obviously loaded up a cart with 14 cases of beer at the grocery store, walked out the door, came back in and tried to exchange them, claiming that his wife had purchased them and they were the wrong brand. And boner candidate number three, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally. This is the story of a man, his family. He and his son both photographed at the Capitol, breaking into the building on January 6th, one of the insurrectionists.
Tourist, Bill, please.
Yes,
He's got
regular
there's
tourist.
a picture of him walking through the Capitol carrying a Confederate flag. He and his son are facing charges, but the judge said, listen, you can go on your family vacation if you want. Take your road trip. Sure, why not? Let's see. The prize pack, Parker Anderson's prize pack, went to Margot. Congratulations, Margot. And the winner was boner candidate number 3. Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 1. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We get 3 more of these candidates and get another winner there. Send them both to Boner Fight. 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is this a sponsored feature here?
Yes, University of Utah Health Plans. They see health insurance from a different perspective, providing medical and pharmacy services that meet you right where you are. For those without insurance, there's a special open enrollment period now through August 15th. Enroll today at uofuhealthplans.org.
Oh, it's the X-Bowl, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about we'd gone all 3 of us and had gone out separate outings, kind of post-COVID outings.
Mm-hmm.
I would say post-COVID because COVID is still here. Say post-vaccination.
Post-vaccination.
Is the way I like to put it.
Still being cautious, but feeling a little better about going out and doing things publicly. And in our cases, it all involved dining, going out to dinner. But how about you guys? I mean, have you done a post-COVID vaccine outing? Or
are you planning one?
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
you've got the vaccine and you are waiting for your waiting period to be over.
Maybe a trip. Have you got a trip planned, or what do you do? What have you missed, and what do you want to do immediately? That's the X-Poll at 877-602-9696. You call and just share that with us. Or are you feeling like it's not time? You don't want to do it.
I was thinking, so we've all ventured out, went to dinner. I was thinking, people might not know this, we haven't all been in the same room for 400 and something days.
425.
I wonder if we should get together and have dinner.
All of us?
Yeah. We're all vaccinated. Or does that sound too weird?
How about lunch?
Lunch?
Dinner seems a little formal.
Well, now, Katie's fiance just got his second shot. Is it in full effect yet, Katie?
Technically, he's had the triple threat because he's had COVID, but he is officially clear as of Friday.
As of this Friday?
This coming Friday, he's officially fully vaccinated.
So we can't even talk about this until next week.
Maybe we should meet someplace for a hamburger.
I'm just throwing it out there as a 877-602-9696.
Yeah. Becky says, I walked to Fashion Place Mall last night. It was quite crowded with people doing the same. But were they
I'm
wearing
not ready
masks?
for a mall. I'm not ready for a mall.
Yeah,
or a movie theater? They're doing restrictions, I think, still at the movie theaters. They're not packing people in.
See, and I should be okay at a movie theater because when I went to dinner on Friday, it was a restaurant and it was reasonably crowded, and everybody in there was not wearing masks except for our party. So I should be okay in a movie theater, but my brain can't.
If you go to movies like I did back in the day, I would go by myself usually and pick a time like right after the theater opened, and oftentimes I would be the only person in the theater anyway.
Like the 11:30 show?
Yeah, on a Sunday morning usually.
Yeah, or just during the week a lot of times. And I wait a week or so after the movies come out. And I don't.
Somebody says, we ate Sunday dinner at my 75-year-old mother's house for the first time last Sunday. All adults finally post-vax, and my 14-year-old got her first dose. It was great. That's from Liz.
And conversely, someone texting in, I was hoping to see Chicago at the USANA Amphitheater, but they canceled it. So
what?
So I got an email. By the way, 877-602-9696 if you want to call in. I got an email yesterday saying that the Green Day, Fall Out Boy, Weezer, the big show that we were going to go to last year, they're like, we've rescheduled it for September, or we can give you your money back. Click here for your money back. I clicked here for your money back.
I was going to say it because it's not coming to town.
Well, no, that we were going to go to Seattle to see it, and they're like, you can come in September. No.
All right, let's go to Dr. Mike.
Hey, Dr. Mike, how are you?
Hey there, Mike.
I'm very well, thank you. How are you guys?
Good, except I need to talk to you about my cataracts, but that's another subject.
Not a Rinkin?
Yeah. So, what do you think? Have you done something already, or what are you going to do?
We haven't done anything yet, but we, strangely enough, have made reservations for in the summer to go sit on the beach in Mexico.
Nice.
Really?
That's not strange.
Yeah. I felt safe getting on an airplane until hearing your boner story, but
yeah,
we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah. Where in Mexico will you go?
We're going to Riviera Maya, south of Cancun.
Yeah, very nice.
I've been
Lovely.
there.
Mm-hmm. Well,
right.
You deserve it, Dr. Mike.
Yes, indeed.
Well, and it's going to be outside. I'm still a little nervous about sitting inside with everyone without wearing a mask.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Dr. Mike.
Stay safe.
All right,
somebody says, sorry, we have a call? Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, family just got back from Disney World, had a great time. They were as safe as they could be, really enforced the masks. Luckily, our last day was before they lifted the mask requirement.
All right, let's go to Corey really quick here, and then we can continue to take your calls.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Well, we did do the restaurant outing, which was kind of weird, honestly, but we've got a couple of trips actually planned for attending concerts later in the summer.
Like
along
where?
with some of the Ogden Twilight shows.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But
those are outside. I'd feel better about those, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't flown yet. My wife has traveled throughout this pandemic and been safe, but yeah, it's going to feel a little strange going back to a show.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. Well, but you're venturing out. That's good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Corey.
Back out there.
Thanks, Corey.
See ya.
All right. So we'll continue to take your calls, 877-602-9696. The Expo continues after these, if you insist. Tell us about your slowly adventuring out. With this whole CDC masks. If you're vaccinated, you're okay. Ruling. Tell us about it coming up. Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash eastbound 200 north at I-15 in Kaysville. And crash 90 south 27th west in West Jordan, causing a little bit of slowage. But we've had very light traffic issues this morning, so that's some good news for you. If you see something, of course, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We'll take a break.
Reservations are okay.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. KXRK Provo. We'll continue with the X-Poll, 877-602-9696. Zero Res. Keep it clean.
$33 per room right now with Zero Res. You can get a hold of them by going online, ZeroResSaltLake.com, ZeroResDavisWeber.com, and get them to your house and make sure that your carpets, your tile, your upholstery is clean as can be.
Yeah, I like to call them 2880. That gets me right in touch with the folks when I need my carpets clean. Why do I like to use Zero Res? The Zero Res means no residue in your carpets, no detergents, no chemicals, no shampoos. That means they dry faster and they're not all crunchy. You know how sometimes you get your carpets clean and they're crunchy? They're not crunchy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So your home is not just clean; it's Zero Res clean. $33 per room. Minimums apply. Schedule your cleaning with Zero Res right now. It's 801-288-9376. That's 288-ZERO, 2880 for Zero Res.
That robot's name was Nomad. All right, let's see. Now, we continue with the X poll. I don't know if it's sponsored or not, Gina.
No, just jump right in.
All right. The X poll regarding that, if you're fully vaccinated, you can go out and do most things, is what we're talking about. We all went to dinner on the weekend, separately. We'll do one together eventually, I'm sure. And then I see this text, and just when I was feeling good about going out to dinner, and we were still wearing our masks, about 50% of the time.
Yeah.
But then I read a text. They just lifted the mask requirement at my work, and then in the last week they've had 3 positive cases. I'm not going anywhere.
Because the lifting of the masks, if you're not vaccinated, there's no way to tell whether somebody's been vaccinated or not, and that's the scary part of it. Which is why
I thought the government was requiring that you had a big red V on your forehead.
Which is why if you're venturing out, outside is the best place to venture out. There are plenty of restaurants that have patios you can eat on, and you can meet people in the park and do that kind of thing.
Go outside or go on a cruise. Take
a cruise?
Take a cruise, yeah. Those are the 2 safest things you could
Did
do.
you watch that documentary?
What?
Called The Last Cruise?
No.
And it was all using footage from people's phones. They were on that boat that was, stuck in Japan when COVID started breaking out. And I'm telling you, after watching that, I will never take a cruise. I don't care how safe
I wouldn't anyway, but
unless I'm getting paid.
It's a prison on the water. That's what I think.
Yes. Let's see a few more texts. We're driving to Salt Lake City post-vaccine. I wish you would have said where from, texter.
Yeah.
To see family and friends after a year and a half of not seeing anyone.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Let's see. My kids are fully vaccinated, but say they are going to continue to wear their masks because they don't want people to think that they're anti-vaxxer, Trump-loving Republicans. You raised them right then.
Have a picnic outside to get used to the idea of being around each other, someone else says. Weeks after my second shot, I still feel weird being around people. Yeah, I'd say picnic. Eat out on a patio, something outside. You're gonna feel okay with it.
I had plans to go to the track and field Olympic trials this year. Planned it 2 years ago, and I decided this is not the year to do it. Maybe the World Championship track and field next year. Both are held in Oregon.
Yeah, road trip I think is the best thing to do if you need to go somewhere.
Or camping. I know Bill Frost is up in Glacier right now. We're gonna go next month. And see, we did Glacier last year when COVID just got underway, and it was kind of a nightmare. Not being vaccinated and being worried about that. Having my kids will be completely vaccinated by the time we go. That the freedom that I'm going to feel from that is amazing.
And see, people, Corey, I have been told this a million times. You are not the first person to say, "Oh, Carrie, you'd love a Disney cruise."
Nope.
I might, but I'm not gonna.
But it's still a cruise.
Like I said, unless I'm getting paid, I'm not.
I don't care for cruises no matter what. I've done a couple of small ones, and I just don't.
Well, because, we've been approached by travel agencies to do a Radio from Hell friend of the program cruise. And, I'm sure we'd make some money on it, but I don't know.
I might do it if I was forced into doing it for work, but it's not something that I really want to do.
All right. Let's see. Had a pedicure with my best friend, and also my mother came up to visit after 18 months apart. Oh, that was nice.
That's nice.
Let's see. Went to Wendover on Saturday. They had just lifted the mask restrictions for vaccinated people. Yeah. It was weird but nice to feel a little normal. Also, they didn't check Vax cards, so I guess you could just lie. And really, that's the problem. That's the big problem, is, as Stephen Colbert pointed out, you do this, but then we're trusting people. And we've learned, if we've learned anything in the past 5 years, it's that you can't trust everybody.
It's the honor system. Doesn't that work anymore?
No. People will do the right thing.
Give them a chance. They'll do the right thing. Nah, they won't.
Let's see. Terrence, going downtown to work a few times a week, has let me know being out isn't as bad as our brains think. I'm heading to Denver later. Terrence. Okay. Well, maybe you could give him a ride, Bill.
No.
Can you
Can
do
people
that?
hitch a ride with you?
No,
it
you
doesn't
can't.
work that way?
I can't piggyback people to Denver. No.
So you can't, like, hug somebody and then activate your power?
No,
Okay.
I've tried.
All right.
And it ended up unfortunate with only part of them arriving in Denver.
Oh, like the fly, like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, like a transporter accident. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Let's go to Nick.
Hey, Nick.
On the line.
Hey, it's your night guy.
Hey, Nick's your buddy. Nick's your pal.
Okay.
Have you had an
Yay, there he
outing?
is.
Have you had an outing post-vaccine, Nick?
Yeah, my fiance's birthday was the other weekend, and it's the first time that our friend group has all been fully vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
So what we did is we actually rented out, I'm not sure if people know you can do this, a movie theater, and we hooked up a Nintendo Switch, and we just sat around all night playing Mario Kart on
You
the
can
big
do
screen.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really good time. And they're doing it really cheap these days to obviously bump the numbers a little bit. So just putting that word out there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Larry Miller group of theaters, they do a thing where you can just rent it out for a party or a family. Or
Well, yeah, I thought you could do that to watch a movie. I didn't know they let you hook up a video game to it and play video game on it. That's crazy.
I thought about like renting out a theater and like finishing the end of like Red Dead 2 one day, just like getting the full cinematic experience.
Just by yourself?
Just by yourself. Why not?
Yeah.
Just wait to the very last mission, rent out the whole theater, and then see the drama unfold in front of you.
You sure know how to have a good time, Nick.
I do know how to have a good time, Bill.
Yeah. Have some more sesame chicken.
Okay.
All right.
Is there any left?
See you guys.
See you
Bye-bye.
later. I thought it tasted kind of weird, but I ate it anyway.
If you're vaccinated, here's a texter. Okay. If you're vaccinated, why do you worry about it? Isn't that saying that you don't believe vaccines work?
No.
Well, no. It's
They're
saying
not
that you don't
100%.
know how vaccines work.
Yeah, they're not 100%.
Yeah.
And you can still pass it to other people that are. And I want this to be done for everybody, not just me. I want life to get back to normal, and I don't want to pass it to somebody that's not vaccinated and keep this going.
Well, I'd like life to get back to normal for everybody, except the people I don't like.
My friends never want to hang out anyway, so maybe I'll just walk up to the gas station. A texter said.
I'll just walk up to the gas station.
Walk up to the gas station.
It makes me sad.
I get a sandwich out of the machine.
What'd you do today? Oh, walk up to the gas station.
Walk up to the gas station.
Oh, I'd do that when I was in Salem growing up as a kid. That was a big day.
Yep.
You'd drive your bikes to Bud's 5 Point Conoco to see if they had STP stickers.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Sure. I used to go to the Conoco up on Polk because you could buy cigarettes in the machine for 35 cents.
Don't do that.
And they looked the other way.
Because it's a machine. I don't take IDs for a machine.
That's right.
All right, that's the X-Poll done for today. All right, traffic, please, Gina.
Bad crash on Redwood Road at Pony Express Parkway in Utah County. Traffic is being affected in all directions at that intersection, but northbound Redwood Road back to Grandview Boulevard in Saratoga Springs. So not many accidents this morning, but one that's causing a pretty significant slowage through that area. If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard at Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
Okay, well, we got another round of boner candidates coming up. Here are the ones you'll be considering. These are pretty good, too, I got to tell you. Number one, what? He's a bad guy? Number two, well, maybe you should be mortified about being on only... So let me start again. Maybe you should be mortified about being on OnlyFans in the first place. Just being on it. And boner candidate number three, finally, something important to get upset about.
All right. Round 2 of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News after these. Stand by. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
You got a plumbing problem?
I've had them in the
Plumbing.
past.
Yep, me too.
And Shamrock has taken care of big jobs and small jobs for me. I have them in for regular maintenance because I have a lot of trees in my yard and the roots grow down into the pipes. Once a year I have them out to clean those out, but I've had them put in a water softener at my house also, and come in for little repair jobs too.
They do all kinds of plumbing jobs. No job too big or too small at Shamrock Plumbing. They have certified licensed technicians, which isn't the case with some plumbers out there. Shamrock doesn't employ salespeople that work off of commissions. When you call them and talk to them about water heaters and softeners and all of that kind of stuff, they're not trying to sell you because they get a commission. It's just they give you the best price possible at Shamrock Plumbing. So if you have a plumbing problem or you're interested in a water heater or softener, Shamrock Plumbing, 801-295-1690 or shamrockplumbing.net.
So I've been thinking about something as I've been on this trek. This has really been kind of the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Walking along, and this is a staggeringly beautiful country. The vistas are almost indescribable. You see, we had a very good view of Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, today, and it looks tiny down at the end of the Khumbu Valley. It looks very small because we're walking past mountains we're very close to mountains that are huge, like Ama Dablam, which Dean has summited. How high is Ama Dablam? A little over 23,000 feet. That's, of course, Dean Cardinal. So we pass mountains like that, and they make Everest look small. 5.5 hours today on the trail, very difficult, and I've had a lot of time to think. And the other day, something just popped into my head when we were trekking around, and I thought, when we get to the monastery, I'm going to cut all my hair off. It's not I talked to my wife, and she said, why are you going to do that? And I said, well, I don't know, it just popped into my mind, and I'm kind of tired of dealing with it on the trail. My hair is always soaking wet from sweat, and she said, is it a spiritual thing? And I said, well, maybe kind of it is. It is kind of. It's a humility thing, and I feel very humbled by this experience, by what I'm doing here. It's very difficult. I see people around me carrying 200 pounds on their back, and I can barely make it up the hill with 8 pounds on my back, and Geljan Sherpa says, Bill, can I take some? Let me carry your water. Let me, I am humbled by this experience, and now don't get me wrong. I'm not going to come back and be all weird and religious or anything like that, but it is a humbling experience, and I'm going to go to the monastery here at Tengboche tomorrow sometime, and I guess one of the monks will shave my head, and you'll hear about it on the radio. That's it for now from Tengboche, and namaste, everyone. Namaste.
Okay, 8:21 right now. And it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because it'll have to defeat, after winning here, it'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. It's a good candidate, too. So choose strategically here in this round 2, and we'll send them both forward to boner fight. You'll decide boner of the day officially at 9:20 this morning. So right now, this is round 2. Send one of these forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a $50 Sparkfish gift card. Sparkfish is Utah Deal Shopper's best-kept secret. They sell everything from baby items to tactical gear and always beat any advertised price by 10%. Come see them 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, all month long during the May Sparktacular event. Enter to win a new Camp Chef pellet smoker grill. Sparkfish is located in Lehigh, right down the street from the roller mills.
Here's boner candidate number 1. What? He's a bad guy? Perhaps one of those NBA headbands would be in order. When Angel Schettini appeared in an Illinois courtroom, but they wouldn't let him wear one when they took his mugshot. The 45-year-old Schettini, who is also known as Alejandro Lopez, is being held on $5,000 bond in connection with his arrest for burglary, theft, possession of burglary tools. Mr. Schettini is currently in jail in a Chicago suburb and is seen in his mugshot. Here's what we're alluding to.
Do we have it for x96.com/live?
Mr. Schettini's forehead greets all with the message, F you. But, I mean, it's spelled out completely.
There it is.
Now, what? I would like to talk to him.
Why?
You
really would like to talk to him?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't,
Please
Gina.
help me understand.
No, you
would
not
What brings you to that
Because it lets people know that you can't mess with me, all right?
Everybody? You want everybody?
Including future employments and spouses, all right?
I had tattooed on my head, I don't give a care. That's the same thing.
That's just longer. It's
spelled out completely so you can read it.
And it's in big letters.
Yeah.
You can't miss that.
Nope.
And it's not even like the fancy cursive, like maybe you could glance at it and think it said something else. It is block letters.
Okay. Pretend I'm Mr. Schettini, Gina, and you ask me about it. Go ahead.
How did you come to the decision to put that on your forehead? What made you want to do that?
Life has not treated me well.
Oh.
It's my philosophy, man. It's the words I live by, all right?
And that works for you? You're happy? You have everything you need and people in your life that you care about and care about you?
No,
you know why? You know why? Because F you.
I don't have none of that because that's what it says right there on my head.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 1. What? He's a bad guy? Here's boner candidate number 2. Maybe you should be mortified about being on OnlyFans in the first place. TikTok star Rara Nups. That seems like it's a dirty name of some sort, but I haven't been able to figure that out. Has revealed to her aghast fans that a former high school teacher of hers has been lurking on her sexually explicit OnlyFans content
that's creepy.
website. Yeah. She's mortified about it. She thinks it's creepy.
Yeah.
Listen, if you are on OnlyFans, taking off your clothes and doing whatever, what do you expect?
Not your teacher, your old teacher, to look at it.
Then maybe you shouldn't be there.
Well,
because anybody can look at it. Anybody can look at it if they pay the money.
I'm not going to shame a sex worker. That's her thing.
I'm not going to shame her for doing it, except that she says she's mortified that her teacher is on there. Maybe you ought to be mortified that you're doing it in the first place.
I would agree, Bill, that I think it's a creeper move for a teacher to go.
So
look
it's okay
at
for the
old
teacher
student.
to be there?
I paid the money.
I think it's a creeper
that's
move
okay.
for the teacher to do that.
Right.
He paid the money.
He should not be allowed to be a teacher anymore. That's what I think.
That's probably true.
He's teaching other kids, and that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. No.
She's mortified that her teacher is on there. She's not mortified that other people are on there, but she's mortified
They're
that
strangers.
her teacher.
Yeah.
Well, as far as she knows, I just think it's a weird, odd, double standard. Boner candidate number 2. Maybe you should be mortified about being on OnlyFans in the first place. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Finally, something important to get upset about.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Feel the music as computer graphics and lasers take you for a cosmic ride. Clark Planetarium's light shows play every Friday and Saturday. Tickets available at clarkplanetarium.org.
All right.
So Sharon Stone says that she's not thrilled that Basic Instinct is going to get a director's XXX cut. She actually was thinking she would try to stop the release, but the classic thriller released in 1992 made Stone, who was then 34 years old, a star, but she has said many times since that she was tricked into revealing that revealing scene that everybody talked about by director Paul Verhoeven.
She didn't know she wasn't wearing panties? She was unaware that she was not wearing panties?
I don't think that's the case. I think she said she was unaware that he was going to film that. You know, sometimes you don't, at least I understand, sometimes I don't wear panties because my shorts don't fit quite right. You know, you don't wear underwear so that your dress fits right. But she says he gave me no indication that he was going to do that. Whether that's true or not.
The whole point of the scene is the crossing and the uncrossing of the... I mean, that's the whole point. It wasn't incidental. That's the point of that scene.
Let's also not forget that Paul Verhoeven is a jerk.
That's true. But now an enhanced version of the film, where
Is there
I think
a
it's like
zoom capability or something? A highlighted with arrows pointing?
Talking to the Australian show A Current Affair, the 63-year-old actress said they've decided to release the director's XXX cut for the 30th anniversary. There are new Screen Actors Guild rules about that have been made and created, but they were made after I, as a very younger person, made the film, and they don't apply to me. Joking about her feelings on the film, she said, "Regrets are like farts. You can't get them back. Once they're out, they're stinky and gone." And Sean Hannity says it's time for Prince Harry to move out of this country if he doesn't like the First Amendment. Fox News
I
host,
don't think that Harry doesn't like the First Amendment.
Well, so Prince Harry said about the First Amendment, you know, with freedom of the press here, he thinks that there's some screwy things about it, but then he said, I'm a new resident in this country and I don't fully understand it, so I shouldn't comment further.
Yeah, I don't know why he's saying anything.
Well, that's all that Sean Hannity needed. We don't need you coming from England to give us lectures. This is the same First Amendment that allowed you and your wife to trash your own family. The backlash was triggered by an off-the-cuff remark that he said, that Prince Harry said. He said the First Amendment was bonkers, but then said, well, I shouldn't say anything more about it, though, because I don't fully understand it. But Hannity forgot that part.
Of course.
Just, you know,
it doesn't fit his agenda, you know.
He said, you ought to, before we go, I have a message for Harry, who's now attacking one of America's most sacred rights, the freedom of speech.
He wasn't attacking it. He just said
he didn't at all. He didn't attack it at all. Let's see. This is a bizarre story. A man died by suicide in a courtroom in Fargo, North Dakota, after a jury returned a guilty verdict, sources say. A U.S. Marshal told KVRR, so that's a local station, that the man was on trial at the Fargo courthouse and the jury returned a guilty verdict. And he then produced a knife of some sort and cut his throat in the courtroom. The jury had already left the courtroom. The judge and the staff was there. Security officers and deputy marshals tried to save the man's life in the courtroom, but he died of the injuries. The type of instrument the man used and how he got it into the courtroom remains a mystery. All of the questions we have, said FBI spokesman Kevin Smith. What it was a sharp object. We don't know where he got it, how he got it in there, but the guy turned around. You could see the inside of his neck. He said it was deep. What a weird thing to have happen. Coronavirus. There are people who are saying, and I am hearing, that they will continue to wear masks no matter what CDC guidelines say. They're called Evermaskers now.
Oh.
And there are instances I can see wearing them indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Travel for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a lot of people who are saying that that's what they will do. The U.S. is going to send at least $20 million doses of coronavirus to struggling countries. A severe cyclone has disrupted India's vaccination program. Oh, great! So they're just being ravaged by COVID now, and now a cyclone hits the country.
You can't catch a break.
Yeah. It just goes on and on in India. I think a lot of those doses that the United States has promised are going to India, but it sort of seems like it's just a drop in the bucket. Let's see. Black market thieves are stealing something from Utah vehicles that you may not suspect. Catalytic converters are being stolen from cars at alarming rates along the Wasatch Front. Investigators with the Utah Attorney General's office report stolen catalytic converters have skyrocketed within the last year because they contain precious metals and can fetch up to $400 a piece at a scrapyard. Catalytic converters may not look like much, but they contain palladium and rhodium palladium and titanium and other precious metals. They're located under the vehicle, the catalytic converter is, and make up part of the exhaust system, and they can be stolen in as little as 2 minutes by somebody who can get under the car quickly and unhook it and steal it. In 2019, reports of stolen catalytic converters rose 550% in Utah. In just the first few months of this year, 350 cases of stolen catalytic converters have been reported.
That's interesting.
Some Utah companies have come up with unique ways to entice employees back to work. This is a kind of a fascinating concept. With low unemployment and stiff competition in Utah labor market, businesses have tried to get creative with new ways to attract new hires and retain current staff. A local gourmet cookie maker, Chip Cookies, is no exception. The company started offering its workers expedited pay schedules. What that means is they pay you every day at the end of the day.
Really?
For your day's work. Kevin Wither, manager of Salt Lake City's store, the Chip Cookie store, was accustomed to traditional bi-weekly pay schedule. Then he started working for Chip. He said, this is actually the first job I've ever had that does daily pay. But it's been super helpful for me getting out of debt and coming out of college and all of that stuff. He said receiving his pay on a daily basis allows him to take care of bills and be more flexible with his money. It helps out a lot. Think about that, getting paid once a day.
I don't know. All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Well, let's see. A man picked a peculiar and frightening way to attempt to discuss religion with Paris Saint-Germain superstar Neymar. Man carrying a backpack filled with Bibles, because you need more than one to get your point across. Climbed over the wall to break into Neymar's property located just outside of Paris early Sunday morning. The 26-year-old male, who was eventually arrested, taken to a psychiatric hospital after he managed to make his way into the only garden of the property, told authorities he just wanted to talk to Neymar about God. I didn't have any intention of stealing anything. I just thought maybe he hadn't heard the good news. And boy, you can't have Neymar not know the good news So here's a Bible. Let's see, the Salt Lake Bees, they are wrapping up their stand against Tacoma. They lost last night 3-7. They play tonight at 6:30, and it's Salt Lake Gulls throwback night. So if you miss the old Gulls uniforms, they'll be wearing those colors tonight. Let's see, traffic. We have a crash northbound I-15 approaching 72nd south in Midvale. Cars are off to the left shoulder. Bad crash Redwood Road at Pony Express Parkway in Utah County. Traffic is being affected in all directions there at the intersection. Northbound Redwood Road back to Grandview Boulevard in Saratoga Springs. And if you're seeing something, you can pass it along by texting us 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State curbside service is available.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, finally, something something important to get upset about. Well, I'll just read it as written. Marilyn Monroe's legendary rump is getting a bum rap. With her bodacious bottom perched 26 feet over Palm Springs, a supersized statue of the late screen goddess posed with her skirt up has sparked a backlash in California. And the fact that kids are going to be getting a load of Marilyn Monroe's panties is of top concern. She's literally going to be mooning the Palm Springs Art Museum, said Elizabeth Armstrong, a spokesperson for the newchange.org petition. With more than 40,000 signatures collected, Armstrong's online call to action demands Monroe's backside get the boot out of Coachella Valley. It's the cheeky sculpture named Forever Marilyn is a stainless steel shrine inspired by Marilyn Monroe's iconic dress-billowing subway great scene in the film The 7-Year Itch. I've seen this statue before. I don't know if it's been other places and then has been now moved to Palm Springs, but it's huge.
It's huge.
And it's realistic. You know, it's not an abstract. So it looks like Marilyn Monroe with her skirt blowing up.
We have a picture of it at x96.com/live. You can see it.
And people are upset that kids will be able to see Marilyn Monroe's underpants, and that she's mooning the art museum as well.
Well, if it was up to Paul Verhoeven, she wouldn't have underpants.
Exactly right. So finally something important to get upset about. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. What? He's a bad guy? A man with FU tattooed on his forehead arrested. Really? That's amazing that he'd be in trouble with the law, isn't it? Boner candidate number 2. Maybe you should be mortified about being on OnlyFans in the first place. This is a young woman who's upset. She's doing things on OnlyFans, and that's people pay to see her, do whatever. I don't know. I've not looked at those sites, but I think they can get quite explicit. She found out that one of her old high school teachers is on there. Right? I don't know, he paid his money just like anybody else. He's a creeper, there's no doubt about that.
I think he's the boner here, but
me
that's
too.
Just me.
And then boner candidate number 3, finally, something important to get upset about.
Okay. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? All right, if it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome, and it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. All right? That's when. So we'll do that at 9:20. You'll decide Boner of the Day between those 2 champions with Boner Fight, 9:20 this morning. Right now, we got to pick a champion from this round 2. Send it forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. All right? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, May 18, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's round 2.
Non-stop music.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Avs.
Well, what I remember most was the mess. Now, there were some that thought the penguins was cute. That is until they lived up here and had to clean up all the poop.
Oh, I do miss 'em. I remember when I was just a little shaver. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of 'em making that weird call they do. It was kind of scary. And kind of romantic, too, when you think about it.
Frontline will talk to the people who want to bring the penguins back to Salt Lake and to those who oppose it.
The penguins were here as a natural part of the environment. The delicate ecosystem of the Avenues district and of Capitol Hill, for that matter, will remain out of balance until the penguins are brought back.
Well, most of us in law enforcement in Salt Lake are against reintroducing the penguin into the city. I mean, we've got our hands full already, what with the gangs and such. Besides, a pack of them little bastards killed my grandfather's brother years ago. You know, they say that penguins are shy and won't approach humans, but I know different.
Will the penguins return to Salt Lake City? It's an in-depth look at the entire issue tonight on Frontline.
Okay, 8:49. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
The bathroom facilities in the old Chelsea Hotel in New York. That just reminded me that I had to do that once. Use the sink because that's all that was available. All right, so here we go. And round 2, the boner voting brought to you in part by, let's see, some, I can't ever remember how to say them exactly. Castro Lavano olives, Castrovano olives. Those green,
olives.
Really good green olives. Okay.
And Sparkfish, they have the deals Utah shoppers love. Check out their Facebook Live online sales event every Thursday. Amazing products and prices from your chair. Follow at Sparkfish Inc.
We had boner candidate number 1. What, he's a bad guy? The man with FU tattooed on his forehead. And as it turns out, he's a criminal. Boner candidate number 2, maybe you should be mortified about being on OnlyFans in the first place, because creepers are going to be there. They are. And, well, yeah, and your high school teacher, that's pretty creepy, you're right, but creepers are going to be there. And boner candidate number 3, really, finally something to get really upset about, the giant statue of Marilyn Monroe. I think it's a temporary statue in Palm Springs. Kids are going to be able to see her underpants. Peter won the Sparkfish gift card, $50, which will go a long way at Sparkfish. And the winner, boner candidate number 1. What? He's a bad guy?
There you go. It's your winner of round 2. It now qualifies to be boner of the week. We'll send this winner and the winner from round 1 to Boner Fight. You'll decide at 9:20 who boner of the day is between those 2 champions. So be ready. Start doing your own research. All right. Let's get to Utah Word. And is it sponsored? No? Yes.
University of Utah Health Plans, they see health insurance from a different perspective, providing medical and pharmacy services that meet you right where you are. For those without insurance, there's a special open enrollment period now through August 15th. Enroll today at uofuhealthplans.org.
All right. I just hit this.
I guess.
No explanation, just doing it?
Well.
Okay, so Bill was
Gina
going to
feels
try.
the need to explain.
Bill was going to try to get Nick to write a Utah Word of the Day, but he never called us yesterday because he had food poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but Bill had already sort of made up his mind that he didn't want to.
I had taxes to take care of.
But we had this magical moment on yesterday's show.
All right.
Well, let's just see how magical it was.
Let's find out. Okay, here we go.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
being hijacked by 2 hicks from the Florida city of Jacksonville.
That little bit reminded me that I talked to Festus yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
In Jacksonville?
Who's made it to Florida. And I said, what are your thoughts on Florida so far? And he said, well, you don't realize how white Utah is until you go other places. Like...
there are lots of people of color in Jacksonville.
Yeah, and he said it's nice. It's like the 31 flavors. There's all kinds of different colors and flavors of people here. And I said, well, what do you think about the people? And he said, well,
they're
so
nuts.
far the people we've interacted with are in the service industry, waiters and people that work at hotels and things. And he said, they're rude and slow, meaning their reaction to you is, hi, we'd like to get a room for the night at the hotel. And he said, here's what they do. Okay.
No, No. Come on. This is Southern living. This is not rude and slow. This is you do things in good time. You do things. You go. You say. So ask me if you want a room. I spent a lot of time in Florida. Ask me. So you're checking in.
We'd like a room for the night, please.
Would it be just the two of you?
Yes, just the two of us, just for one night, please.
I got that. Two of you. One night.
One night, just one night.
Ma'am, you don't need to repeat things. I understand what you're saying.
See, that's kind of rude, though, right?
I'm not being rude. You're holding up the process by being so mouthy. Now, let me just check our availability.
Aloysius.
Yeah.
Before you do that, would you make sure they're married?
All right. I've been instructed to ask you if you two are married.
Yes, we're married.
Aloysius, would you make sure that they were married proper, like
Christian marriage?
Well,
Christian marriage?
Well,
was there any incantations involved in your marriage ceremony? No incantations?
No,
then that's
really.
good enough for me.
Okay.
Now, you say it's a room for two.
Two, please, yes.
For tonight. All right.
You see, when you've been traveling a long time,
let me
we
just
just like to get to...
Ma'am, you are holding up the process by being so mouthy. Let me just check and see what our availability is. Hey, Cletus, we got any rooms?
Depends.
Depends on what?
Well, what do you think of them?
Just a minute.
Should we let them in the same room?
Just a minute.
Or do we insist that they have two rooms?
Let me check here. You're considerably taller than your husband, aren't you?
What?
You're considerably taller than your... I made myself clear,
I'm
didn't
sorry,
I?
don't
You
know.
are taller than your husband. I think that's kind of odd. Is he out there getting the luggage? Let me just check and see if we have a room before he goes to all that trouble of bringing in the luggage. Yeah,
Aloysius, I got to look at him.
Yeah.
He's got tattoos.
All right.
My guess is he's here for the Navy.
Oh, Navy. Oh, well. Now, if he's in the service, you didn't mention that, ma'am.
Yes,
Is your husband
he's
in the service?
Yes, he's in the service.
Ah, well, I'm sure we have a room for the two of you.
Right.
And I hope you enjoy your stay here in Jacksonville.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Or the Florida Word of the Day.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight. Stand by for that. Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up right away. Stand by for all of that. Now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
You need reasons to get vaccinated. Here's lots of reasons. Here's things you can do once you're fully vaccinated.
Okay.
If you're fully vaccinated, you can resume activities you did prior to the pandemic. 2 weeks after the second dose, like if you got Pfizer or Moderna, you can get together without wearing a mask or physical distancing.
Nobody I want to get together with.
Well, but you can travel in the United States, and you don't need to get tested before or after you travel, or self-quarantine after travel. Maybe that will get you to vaccinate yourself, even if you hadn't wanted to prior to this.
12 and older can get the vaccine now. Don't wait. It's very easy to do. How about just do it this way? If you want to find out where you can get your jab or you can get your shot, text your zip code to GetVax. That's 438829. Text your zip code. It'll show you right where you can get a vaccine right away. Go to coronavirus.utah.gov for more.
It's best question of the week. You should take advantage of this. You just email us a question. radiofromhell@x96.com.
Hello, kitties. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying.
Yes.
Neutering.
Yes.
Hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh?
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
Okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
What?
Because
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Ran from hell.
Always caught unprepared.
This happens every week, every Tuesday, Bill.
I know, it's weird. It's Todd Newcomb. He is our program director at X96. He selects most of the music along consultation with Corey O'Brien. They select music for the shows. They do the programming and scheduling and all of that. And Todd is here with a song that he would like us and you all to hear. What is it, Todd?
And this one is fresh. We just got it an hour ago. It's brand new music from Bleachers.
Oh, okay.
It's still wet.
Remember,
It hasn't dried yet.
It really hasn't. And we all remember our buddy Jack Antonoff, noted producer. He was in the band Fun, has put out a few tracks, with his band Bleachers, and he's back. Obviously, there's a new album coming out. They haven't said that, but I mean, there is, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's got a new album coming out. We've all been kept up, in our houses. All the bands have been in their studios writing this whole time. And this is, like I say, brand new, fresh. It's still, like, you can hold this song up to your nose, and you still get that scent from the old mimeograph machine.
Nice.
It's just so fresh and lovely here.
What's the name?
Stop Making This Hurt.
I like that.
Okay.
All right, well, let's just get right to it. Tuesday Tunes with Todd. It's brand new from Bleachers. Stop Making This Hurt from the new album X96.
Here's what Carrie and Bill are doing when they're not on the air in the distant future. The year 2525.
Oh, hello, boys.
Oh, hello there, Chunga. It's about time you showed up.
Sorry. Still got about an hour before airtime, though, boys. Thought maybe I'd change the brine in your pickle vats before we start the show.
Yeah, good idea. Mine's kind of reesty and cloudy. I mean, I can barely see you through the glass. Yeah. And my liquid isn't conducting the electrical impulses I need to blink my eyes.
You guys are amazing. I don't know of any other guys in radio who could have lost their bodies to disease, had their heads preserved in vats through the miracle of cryogenic science, and still go on with the show. I bow in the presence of greatness.
Yeah, and if I still had an ass, you'd be kissing it right now, buddy. Hey, come on, leave the kid alone. All right. He won't change the brine before we have to go on the air if you keep insulting him. Hey, any word on when our audio animatronic bodies are going to be ready, Chunga?
Well, I called Disney, and they apologized for the mix-up with the last bodies they sent you boys. But, Bill, I thought you looked pretty cool with your head on Little Mermaid body.
I wasn't any better off with that body than I am as just a disembodied head in a pickle vat. Who could walk on that tail?
Yeah, the Country Bear Jamboree body they sent me was ridiculous. I think Bill and I are going to be much happier when they send the Chip and Dale bodies.
God, ain't technology wonderful?
You said it, brother.
Only here in the year 2525 could two disembodied heads kept alive in pickle vats do a radio show.
And still come out to be about number 15 in the ratings.
Do you guys mind if I wait to change your fluid? I gotta go to the head.
The head. Real funny. What a comedian.
What?
Oh, nothing. Hey, watch out. You're jostling my back.
Out!
Help, pick me up. I'm going to die.
Hey, now maybe I can get a full-time gig on the Radio from Hell show. I knew someday I'd get ahead.
Get ahead. Now that's funny, Chunga.
Funny.
Interesting.
He's got a knack.
Yeah. Bleachers, their new one, Stop Making This Hurt. Some people are comparing it to Talking Heads.
A little bit, yeah, I could hear that.
Say goodbye like you mean it. I like that line.
He's determined to bring back the saxophone. Like, he's added a horn section. This happened on the album before, but he's really experimenting with horns.
Well, and
to add a layer to the song. It's pretty cool.
I agree with him on that. Horn sections need to be a thing.
Always.
Always. Oh, there you go. Well, thank you, Todd, for bringing that to us.
Now, I know you're going to have a nice time and eat a lot of cheese and.
Yeah, it's our cheese eating vacation. We go to Tillamook and just gorge on cheese for like a week. So
you have a favorite cheese?
Well, I am learning to like white cheddar. Sharp white cheddar is very good. They have, I forget what it's called, but they also have one at the Tillamook Cheese Factory in Oregon. They have one that it's really spicy. Like, I forget what's all in it. That's actually really good too. And don't even get me going on the ice cream, because
I was going to say Tillamook also makes ice cream too.
Yeah.
I don't know why they horned why did they horn their way into the ice cream business though? They were cheese people.
It's all dairy.
They have this Marionberry pie ice cream that they do, and I think you can actually get that locally. But the Marionberry apparently is some big thing that's very popular in Oregon, and it's like a cross between a blackberry and a raspberry. Damn, it's good. Oh, it's just delicious.
All right.
I'm jealous. Enjoy your Oregon vacation, Todd.
All right, Todd.
Yep. We got our shots, so we can go do normal things.
There we go.
Have cheese.
Good luck. Have fun. And,
see you later.
We'll see you at the meeting.
Next week it'll be Tuesday Tunes with Nick Davis a week from today.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Then we'll change this jingle.
Tuesday Tunes with Todd on X96. Ran from hell.
For next week. All right. Thank you, Todd. We'll see you at the
Bye,
meeting.
Todd.
We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is on the way. A reasonable amount of news coming up as well. Wendy's for breakfast. Just right in the drive-thru. Wendy's $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived. Stop at the drive-thru and pick up breakfast for all of your cohorts at work. You can do it because it's that affordable. Right now at Wendy's, you can get your choice of the classic sausage, egg, and cheese or a classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich paired with small seasoned potatoes for just $3. So you got the big, delicious, fresh, cracked grade A egg on the sandwich. You got the hot and crispy seasoned potatoes on the side. And I like the sausage, but if you're a bacon fan, you're going to love that too. And like I said,
for $3, Carrie, you could get one of each.
I don't have to choose.
Yeah.
And, your spouse doesn't need to know that you stopped on the way to work.
Now you're talking my language.
Because it's $3. You got that money in your coin cup there in your ashtray in the car. So you just stop by Wendy's and pick it up. The $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived at Wendy's.
So, I realize I haven't talked a lot about food on the trail, and I'll try to send you some pictures. I've actually taken some pictures of plates of food that I've been eating, but it's really interesting. All the places we stop at tea houses for food, and lunch and dinner, and generally we'll have hot black tea. And then you can order. There are a variety of things on the menu, and they're all kind of the same. You can get spaghetti with meat sauce, spaghetti with tomato sauce, spaghetti with a fried egg on top, and then there are also various local things that you can have. For instance, tonight I'm having Sherpa stew with vegetables. And if I want to, I could have Sherpa stew with vegetables and meat, and that would probably be buffalo meat. Buffalo meat. I decided I could have a steak. It's a buffalo steak. I'd have thought, I don't think I want a buffalo steak. So there are all kinds of things you can eat. And the service is really pretty good. It's not very crowded up here at this time of the year, and so the service is pretty fast, and they bring stuff out. But it's, I don't know how to describe. It sounds like normal food, but it isn't. It has a really all of it has a very odd kind of twist to it. It's good. It's filling. But it all has just kind of, like I had a tuna sandwich today. I said, let me try a tuna sandwich and a bowl of soup. Well, the tuna sandwich was just a canned tuna on bread that had been heated up. And I don't think there was anything else on the bread. Just tuna and bread, and then it had been heated up. It was a little odd, but believe me, I ate it. And then one of my favorite things, though, is potato time with the Sherpa guys who are carrying our stuff. A great crew of guys carrying our stuff, and they all gather around and have potato time. There's a big plate of like red potatoes, so back home, small red potatoes, and they bake them up and they take them in their hands and they rub the skin off of them, and then they dip the potato in this kind of hot, spicy chili pepper stuff. Really good. A hot potato, nothing like it at the end of 2 hours I walked up and up and up today. We'll tell you more about it coming up.
Okay, 9:22. We do have Boner Fight coming up in about 5 minutes or so. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Well, and not just brought to you by Carrie, but we have a prize to give away to a random Boner of the Day voter.
All right.
I've got Korn tickets. They're going to be at USANA on September 9th. Tickets went on sale last week, and if you win these tickets, they'll come to you electronically. So that's a prize you could win for voting. News brought to you by Moochie's. They'd like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
All right, thank you.
Korn's coming to town. When was the last time they were?
I don't know.
Probably.
A while. It's been a while since anybody's been in town.
Well, probably since before they were. Don't they come every year, pretty much? Almost every year? I don't know.
2018 apparently was the last time,
when?
according to Katie. 2018.
2018? So NBC has renewed the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon for 5 more seasons. NBC has announced that the primetime talk show, which currently airs with host Fallon, will be returning for at least 5 more seasons. The announcement was revealed by Susan Rovner, the chairperson of entertainment content for NBC Universal. And the Tonight Show's renewal comes after it was announced that Jimmy had extended his contract back in November, although the news didn't reveal for just how long. Jimmy Fallon took over hosting duties in February of 2014, following in the footsteps of Jay Leno, Conan O'Brien, Johnny Carson, Jack Parr, Steve Allen. All have hosted, of course. Steve Allen, pretty much the original host of the Tonight Show. And the CNN documentary, 3-part documentary, I think the 3rd part has not yet aired. It'll be this coming Sunday, about late-night talk shows. It's pretty good. It's mainly interesting, I think, for the clips. It's just clips of all the talk shows and the old talk shows. And, it's pretty...
I should watch that.
Yeah, it's
good.
informative, too, yeah.
You know, and it really shows you a lot about why Johnny Carson was so good at what he did, because he was really so suave and smooth. And
it was never about him.
Yeah, really not, for the most part.
He
right.
was really good at just highlighting whoever his guests were, and sometimes people feel like they need to be the funny one, or they need to get their, and he was really good at just sort of letting people shine.
Although he got his jokes in, that's for sure.
Yeah. But I never felt like he was competing with the guest.
Yeah. He was also really good at bombing in the monologue, having the jokes fall flat. He was almost usually better when the jokes weren't working in the monologue. Conor McGregor, I guess he just doesn't have time to get married to his fiancée, Dee Devlin. He doesn't have time. They don't have time to get married because they have now had a 3rd child together.
My guess is, so he's the highest paid athlete in the world, which is kind of crazy to think about. My guess is there are lawyers that are saying, you can't get married till we figure all this out.
Their 3rd baby is a son, Ryan. The couple are also parents to Connor Jack Jr. and daughter Croya. So the ages being 4, 2, and newborn. The dad of 3 shared the news with a sweet photo on Instagram of him cradling his new baby boy. The McGregor clan is now a family of 5. Healthy baby boy delivered baby and Mammy Wonder Woman are doing great, he wrote. Let's see. By the way, he had a liquor, a whiskey. He sold that and just made a huge amount of money. Selling that. That's just amazing. So do you still need to wear a mask when you fly out of Salt Lake City's airport.
Yes.
Here are a few quick pertinent questions about that. Let's see, this is according to Bill Wyatt, who is the executive director of Salt Lake City Department of Airports. Do you still need to wear a mask? Yes, you do. In the terminal, this is a federal mandate from the TSA, so we're still subject to all of those protocols. Wearing a mask, social distancing to the extent that you can. This mandate is currently set to expire in September. I'll be surprised if it lasts that long, he said. Are masks still required on flights? Mr. Wyatt said they are required by the FAA. Mm-hmm. They used their federal authority to require this, and actually all transportation facilities and hubs and on airlines. And also, have you had conversations with the TSA as it relates to masks based on last week's announcement by the President and the CDC about what happens next? Mr. Wyatt replies, we typically work through Airport Council International or the American Association of Airport Executives, the two big trade associations who are having these conversations. I'm on a weekly call with them, with the 30 largest hubs, who get together on the phone and talk about these things. There's a lot of conversation going on about it. I should mention that the International Association of Flight Attendants is opposed to eliminating masks on flights.
Just good idea to wear them.
Yeah. I think I probably always will.
Unless you're a member of the Utah legislature, and then they know better.
I like that. I was just seeing on Twitter that Representative Moss was questioning because they want to get rid of the masks for schools and say kids will never have to wear masks in schools again. This is the Utah State Legislature.
Yeah.
And she made a good point. She said, well, what if this pandemic gets bad again, or another one happens? Because that could happen too. What do we do then?
What a Debbie Downer.
And then and apparently she was told, well, then we'll look at that, and the legislature will decide. Not the school district.
So we gotta wait.
Parents,
we gotta wait for all the pig farmers to drive up from southern Utah and ask them permission if we can. Stop a pandemic.
Please carry Central Utah. Milford is in Central Utah.
That's true.
A pilot was flying a small airplane on Monday evening in Cache Valley, up Richmond, when he clipped a power pole and went down. According to the Cache County Sheriff's Office, the man was flying a Kit Fox aircraft. He said he was looking to land the plane in the field, and he made a pass to see if the field was clear, but he clipped a power pole with one of the wings. He had a passenger with him. They were both able to walk away from the crash without serious injuries.
Interesting.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round one, back in the 7 o'clock hour, going up against the winner from round two. The first winner was, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally. This is the story of a man who's accused, he and his son both, accused of storming the Capitol on January 6th. There are pictures of the man with a giant Confederate flag walking through the Capitol. He has been charged with various crimes, along with his son, who was also present. Now, they're not in custody, but they are subject to the court. They have to ask the court permission for certain things. And they said, well, we were supposed to have they're supposed to stay home, for one thing. They said, but we had a road trip planned, a family road trip planned. Can we do that? And the judge said, well, okay. You can take your family road trip. I think they ought to just keep them in the house with ankle monitors. That's going up against number two. What? He's a bad guy? It's a man with the words F you, and I mean it's spelled out, tattooed on his forehead. As it turns out, he's a criminal. Huh, who would have thought? That's boner candidate number two.
All right, you've got to decide between these two candidates which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth and just use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight May 18, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get there, so refresh your internet browser. It will appear. All right, you have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It is Boner of the Day.
Spear. Spear. Spell it with me now. S-P-E-A-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Today, our Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand, have decided to get out of the heat by taking in a movie in the cool, air-conditioned comfort of a local movie theater. Again, the word is spear.
We got a few minutes before the movie starts, LeVar. I think I'm going to get me some snacks at the snack bar.
What the heck movie have you drugged me to anyhow, LeGrand? There's a bunch of kids here in this theater.
You know, it's The Lion King.
The Lion King? Well, who plays the king, and what the hell's he got to lie about? All these kids shouldn't ought to be seeing a movie about liars.
Oh, no, The Lion King. Like the animal.
Huh?
You know, Lion. Lion. Big cats, lion.
Oh.
It's a cartoon that Walt Disney drew.
You drugged me to a flippin' cartoon movie? I knew there's too many kiddies in here. Got down, sat on a bench, LeGrand. I may be having to vomit partway through.
The Lion King is supposed to be real good, even for the grown-ups, LeVar. And they say the music is real fine. It was wrote by that Elton John.
Who? Well, who the hell is the Elton John?
Well, he's a singer and a writer who's got lots of hit music. He's one of them men what likes other men, but he's still a very good musician.
Cheese and rice, LeGrand. You mean there's men that's attracted to other men?
Yeah.
That's square.
Well, I didn't know about it myself until I read it in the newspaper and in Newsweek.
Oh.
Anyhow, I'm going to the snack bar. I can't get through a movie without some popcorn and a drink and some nachos and some Junior Mints and a box of Goobers and some malted milk balls and a pack of red vines. You want anything?
Nope. I got my refreshment right here, LeGrand. I sneaked in this can of Vienna sausages and one of them Army surplus MREs, and this.
What's that, canteen of water?
Nope, ain't water. Nope. Spear.
Spear?
Yep, spear.
Spear? God almighty, LeVar! You better hope the usher don't catch you.
Oh, yeah, like Mr. 16-year-old pimple monster's gonna be a real threat. And I'm telling you, LeGrand, if I don't catch me a beer buzz, I'll never make it through this cartoon. Hey, is Mickey Mouse in this?
Okay, 9:39. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by some delicious Castelvetrano olives.
And Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the forever warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
Boner candidate number 1. Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina to attend a Klan rally. It's our vacation, and we have to... So this is a guy and his son who were accused. There are pictures of them at the Capitol insurrection on January 6th, the riot. The pictures of the guy walking through the Capitol with a Confederate flag slung over his shoulder, a great big Confederate flag. His son was also there. They've both been charged with crimes. They have to ask the court if they can leave their homes. And they had a family vacation planned. And so the judge said, all right, you can go on your vacation. It's going up against number 2. What? He's a bad guy? It's a man with the words F-U tattooed in big block letters on his forehead. And it turns out he's a criminal. I mean, who would have thought, really?
I know, right?
Yeah. He was number 2, and the winner, let me just make absolutely sure here. The winner was Boner candidate number 1.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right.
They get to go on their vacation.
That is now Boner of the Day for today, May 18, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Go ahead, Katie, hit that.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Tyler on the phone. Hello, Tyler.
Tyler Teeples from Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. How are you, Tyler?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm ready for the show to be over, but I'm not unexcited to hear about heating and air conditioning.
Yeah, you're ready for the show to be over, but are you ready for warmer weather, Bill? Is your house ready for warmer weather?
Not necessarily. Tyler, what should they do with their furnaces, their air conditioning systems? Do they need to do specific things to get them ready?
Yeah, for sure. This time of year is a great time of year to make sure you get some maintenance done on your air conditioners because manufacturers recommend maintaining those systems every year. So have us come out and go through the whole air conditioning system, make sure that everything's working as well and efficiently as it possibly can this summer, and make sure that there's nothing that needs to be done to it.
Does anybody use swamp coolers much anymore around here?
There's still, there's still a few of them out there, but more and more everybody's switching over to central air for sure.
Yeah, which is really so much better than a swamp cooler. Can you explain how the air conditioning system in your home works through your furnace, right?
Correct. Yeah. Well, it uses the blower motor from the furnace to drive the air through the air conditioning system.
So you need to have a separate air conditioning unit. Or you're just going to be blowing air, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Is there any downside to using both heating and cooling systems?
Well, yeah, because it's cold in the morning and then it's hot in the afternoon.
Yeah.
We're in that time of year where you might have the furnace and air conditioning running on the same day.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, for sure. That's fairly common, especially, in the early part of the season where, like you say, it's still cool at night and your furnace may need to run a little bit, but then it definitely heats up in the afternoon, and it would be nice to have some air conditioning on. So there's nothing wrong with doing that.
Is it now? I know there are programmable thermostats which you can sort of set them up so that they will do heating and cooling on the same cycle, right?
Yeah, there is definitely automatic changeover thermostats that will allow you to use both. In the summertime, I wouldn't recommend using like a setback thermostat and go way back because central air is meant to maintain temperature, not drop temperature. So it will actually end up costing you more to run it, set the thermostat back 8 degrees and then bring it back down when you get home. It's not very efficient to do it that way.
Yeah. You see, this is why Tyler Teeples is an expert. Because
you didn't know that before, Bill. You were letting your house heat up to 90 degrees when you leave, and then try to cool it back down.
Yeah, you should not
trying to
do
save
that
money, and it's costing you more.
Yeah. You got any other little tips about how people can save money, particularly in the summer months, running their air conditioning?
Yeah, keep your filters changed. We recommend every month, but probably every other month at the very most.
Mm-hmm.
If you live in an area where there's like a lot of like cottonwood trees and things blowing around, then it makes some good sense to just get a garden hose and kind of rinse from the top down on the coils that wrap around the air conditioner. Clear that out so that you can allow as much airflow as possible to get through that condenser.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people think it's necessary, and they do. They cover up their air conditioning units in the winter. First of all, is it necessary to cover them up?
I don't cover mine. They're 100% weatherproof, but whatever you do, do not forget to uncover it in the spring before you turn it on, or else you will have some pretty big failures.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That becomes the big problem. Well, listen.
That's why I don't cover mine. I don't trust myself to remember.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Tyler Teeples, Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. If anybody has any other questions, or if you need a furnace tune-up, I can't remember, what's the offer right now?
$29.
$29 for either a furnace tune-up or an air conditioning tune-up.
All right. So you just get a hold of Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Just go to scotthale.com and you'll find it.
Yes.
Tyler, thanks a lot. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much.
See ya.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to crawl towards the exits after these. UtahAdvocates.com. Remember that website. You're going to want to someday talk to a lawyer, get their opinion, and it's free. You can do it on their InstaChat at UtahAdvocates.com, or you can call them and speak to them. And this is 24 hours a day if you have a question.
Yeah, I mean, we hope you don't have to ever use them, but if you do, and like some people in our office Katie has, a couple of times. Katie's been
She's been hit twice. Not her fault. She's been injured in an accident twice that was somebody else's fault. And that's the thing. If you're injured, you want somebody that knows what they're doing to talk to the insurance companies to get your bills taken care of. You can focus on getting better. Let the advocates focus on getting those bills paid.
I know Katie asked, she said, boy, you guys are treating me really well. Is that because I work for X96? And they said, no.
I was convinced for a minute. They're great. I love them.
No, we treat everybody like this and take care of them. So call the advocates, 801-355-5550, or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
So my kids are doing the hybrid school thing, which is...
So part gasoline and part electric?
Yes. They're in person Monday and Tuesday, and then they're home the rest of the week. So they're home today. And Mohammed's class is right next door to me here. He's in the room. We share a wall, and I was a little worried that would be noisy, but it's been very quiet. And I just realized another bonus to having him here. He just knocked on the door while we were interviewing for the Comcast thing, and he had sliced up a beautiful Utah peach into perfect little slices and offered me some of them while he's...
So do you use electroshock on them, or what do you do? You have you hook them up to some kind of electrodes at night to make sure that they're shocked into servitude and submission?
He tap on. Oh, excuse me, Mom. I just cut up this peach. I was wondering if you delicious peaches are great,
Mother.
Right now.
Mother, oh Mother, I've brought you a perfectly cut up peach, Mother.
So what I'm saying is I'm enjoying the home school. That's working well for me.
Some sort of science fiction movie going on at your house. Telling you.
But this is also to tell you that the peaches right now are awesome.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
Bill's going
delicious.
on and on about the corn.
Oh no, I've had the Brigham City peaches too. They're great. He's under the desk right now, rubbing your feet, isn't he?
No.
He's massaging your feet right now, isn't he? Come on.
He went back to class in the room next door, but
I have an extra candy bar, and I'll slice it up into some perfect little slices and bring you some later on, Mother.
He does this thing at night. If he makes it upstairs before I do, he'll turn down the bed for me and Joe.
Lord help me. Do you have you hold a gun on him at certain points
Because that's
in
the
day,
only
don't
way
you?
that things could be done.
Like,
By force.
I can't imagine.
Electroshock guns, people just don't do the right thing unless they're forced. That's why God exists.
Kids don't do those things. That's right. That's right. You put the fear of God into them, or you put the fear of force into them, or both.
Mm-hmm. That's all anybody was talking about after that aired.
Mm-hmm.
The UFOs.
I had a weird experience yesterday.
What happened?
Well, I was just sitting in my dining room, and I can see through the dining room and the living room, and I can see the front door. And the front door is usually locked, but for this moment it was not. It's not important why, but it was not locked. All of a sudden the door opens, and an elderly woman sticks her head in the door and says, "Is this the dentist?"
Okay.
I'm
And
sorry.
you said,
Can
"Come
I
on
help you? Can I help you? I'm so sorry. This isn't the dentist, is it? And she shut the door.
Are you anywhere near a dentist's office?
Yeah, some blocks away, I think. But I went to the door and I saw her, and she was looking very concerned. She paced to my next door neighbor's house and looked, and then I noticed that there was an old man standing on the sidewalk. He had a cane, and he was trembling. Really, he was very thin, and he was just trembling so hard. And he had he got out a cell phone, and he could barely hang on to it. I think he was trying to look up the dentist's address or something. And I opened the door and went out, and I said, "Can I help you guys with anything?" Well, I thought there was supposed to be a dentist here. It said, and then she said my address, and I said, "No, you must have written it down wrong. Maybe 3 or 4 blocks down that way. There's some medical services and things. But no dentist here." "Okay, I'm very sorry to open your door like that," she said. And then I said, "Well, it's okay." And so I went back in, and then I noticed, so we have this swing hanging from a tree on the park strip. That like a kid's swing. It's a rope swing. But it's broken kind of. And it's tilted to one side, and my wife hasn't fixed it this year for some reason. And I see the old man go over with her help, and I thought it was so broken that it was going to collapse. But she helped him sit down on the swing.
This is so sad.
Helped him sit down on the swing, and then she went over. I think she went over to. They had a car parked there, I think, to look at something. And so he's sitting on the swing. And I thought, okay, fine, that's fine. And I look up a second later, and he's just like tumbling out of the swing and onto the. And I opened the door, and I went, and she's over there, and I said, "Are you guys? Are you okay?" And he said, I'm okay. It just tilted, and I slipped. I just slipped out of the swing. That's all. I'm okay. And they got up and went on their way, and I hope to God they found a dentist. But, man, it was just an odd... And to see that poor old guy tumble out of that swing, I thought, oh, my God, this is going to be awful. We're going to have ambulances and lawsuits.
Broken hip. And
Yeah, you better take that swing down.
Yeah, or something. We got to fix it or something, but... yeah. So anyway, that was my fun time.
he almost had to call the advocates, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have said to him, "Would you like to call the advocates, sir?"
That's why I'd say take it down.
Yeah. I worry about that a little bit when it was operating. Now my daughter likes to go out and swing on it quite a bit, but then periodically during the middle of the night or late at night, there'd be like kids out there, young teenaged kids or
because it's on your park strip.
Yeah, swinging on the swing. And there was never a big problem with that. Occasionally, I'd go out in the morning and there'd be beer cans, but people were like swinging on the swing. So
there's not a problem until there's a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you worry too much, Bill.
Okay, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Whether you prefer to crawl, walk, or use a rolling chair, join us for more Radio from Hell on Wednesday morning.
Things That Must Go is happening at 6:45, and I know you like to complain about things, so let us help you.
Just email your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we'll use our powers to help, maybe.
And Dr. Cobble is on vacation, but thankfully Dr. Emily Spivak will take over to answer your COVID and vaccine questions at 7:45, so be ready to call in.
Of course, there'll be more than all that on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
don't know if there'll be any room for more than all of that.
We've got to make room.
I guess.
Okie day. I think we're good. We got all business taken care of. Prizes handed out. Everything good. Fine job, Katie, as always. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
We got to make room.
Corey is next.